Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, the operator. Can you hear my voice? Hello? Okay. So in this room, we will start in the room 3, Sustainable Development Goal in the Agriculture, Environment, and Green Economics. My name is Laila Rizky Fauzia. I will be the moderator for this room. So in the first round, we will have 3 presenters. The 3 presenters are, the first one is the effectiveness of fipronil active substance compared with imidacloprid to control Germanis cockroach. The author is Niken Subekti, Retno Wulandari, and Frederikus Raiditya Milanio. And the second paper is the effectiveness of the fipronil and imidacloprid active substance to control weaver ants. The author is Niken Subekti, Retno Wulandari, and Roderikus Raditya Milano. And the third paper is CSR and Environmental Value Internalized Science Childhood Harmony Case. The author is Sri Hilmi Pujiharti, Ismi Dwi Astuti Nurhaini, and Derajat Rikartono also Argyo Demantoto. So, thank you for joining this international conference on sustainable agriculture and environmental. So the first one, please, operator, you can play the video of the operator, the first one. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Before I start my presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Retno Wulandari. I am from Semarang State University. In this opportunity that has been given to me, I will present my article with the title is The Effectiveness of Fipronil Active Substance Compared with Imidacloprid to Control Germany Cockroach or Bacteria germanica L. First, I will talk about the introduction. German cockroach, or Bacteria germanica L, is a residential pest that can be a vector of disease and is commonly found in hotels, restaurants, food courts, hospitals, dark, damp, and dirty environments. The threat of pests in a hotel environment can cause economic loss on a large scale. Bacteria germanica cockroach population is very fast. Therefore, the German cockroach is an important insect pest to control. Cockroach control can be done in various ways, such as biological, mechanical, chemical, or sanitary. In general, Indonesian people control German cockroach by using aerosol and mist. This method is considered more practical to do, but it creates a lot of residuals that are harmful to human health and environment. One of the safe German cockroach control technology is the biting technology. Some chemical compounds that are often used in the manufacture of bait are fipronil and imidacloprid. So, the study aims to analyze the comparison of the effectiveness of the active substance fipronil and imidacloprid used to control Germany cockroach or Bacteria germanica L. This research is expected to provide information about the most effective active substance used as a poison bait mixture so that it can be used in the development of methods for controlling Germanica cockroach or Bacteria germanica L. Next, we will talk about the methods. First, preparation of test insect. Sampling was carried out before the feeding process took place. The sample taken was a live Germany cockroach in the kitchens of several hotels in Semarang, Central Java. The study was carried out 8 repetitions for each treatment. Second, making toxic bait. Toxic bait was made by wigging 300 grams of phagostimulant in the form of strawberry jam, peanut butter, and bagilan bread that had been crushed. Its phagostimulant was added with 3 ml each of fipronil and 3 ml of imidacloprid. Then stir until all components were evenly mixed. After that, the bait is put into a 50 ml syringe to make it easier to apply toxic bait. Third, bait effectiveness test. The provision of baiting is carried out by the feeding methods, which is placed in a test arena. The parameter measure for bait effectiveness was the mortality rate of Germany cockroach, or Blatella germanica L, that consumed the baiting. For the Germany cockroach, the mortality rate was observed every 6 hours. Next is the measurement of environmental factors. The environmental factors observed in the study were temperature, humidity, and light intensity indoors and outdoors. Last, data analysis. Data analysis was carried out using SPSS software with one-way ANOVA statistical analysis to determine whether the difference in bed treatment with a combination of the active substance fipronil and imidacloprid significantly affected the mortality of Germany cockroach. So the most effective active ingredients to control Germany cockroach was obtained. Furthermore, probit analysis was carried out to determine the relationship between time and mortality in pests, LT50 and LT90. Okay, next, we will talk about result and discussion. In the table 1, contains the mortality percentage of Germany cockroach after treatment using bait with fipronil active substance combination. Table 1 shows that within 12 hours of observation, the average percentage of Germany cockroach mortality was 13.54%. During 12 hours of observation, the mortality percentage reached 32.08%. At 36 hours of observation, the mortality was 58.54%. Meanwhile, within 48 hours of observation, the average mortality percentage reached 91.45%. In Table 2 contains the mortality percentage of Germany cockroach after treatment using bait with imidacloprid active substance combination. Table 2 shows that during 12 hours of observation, the average percentage of Germany cockroach mortality was 2.91%. During 24 hours, the average mortality percentage reached 8.54%. At 36 hours of observation, 17.70%. Meanwhile, within 48 hours of observation, the average percentage of mortality reached 37.91%. Next, the time needed to kill 50% and 90% of test insects can be seen in Table 3. The lowest LT50 and LT90 were conducted by using a combination of active substance fipronil bait. The lower the LT50 and LT90, the less time it takes to kill the Germany cockroach, so that the effectiveness of the use of active substance fipronil is higher than that of imidacloprid. So the conclusion from this study is the use of baiting combination with the active substance fipronil and imidacloprid is safer and easier to apply. The active substance fipronil is more effective in controlling Germany cockroach or Blatella germanica L compared to imidacloprid. So that's all from me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the first presenter. We will move to the next presenter. Sorry. We will move to the next presenter. The next presenter from the paper, the effectiveness of the pyrophyllochloride active substance to control V for ants. For the second video, please. Thank you. Sorry, wait a minute.
Mm.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining in the first round of the room 3 Sustainable Development Goal in Agriculture, Environment, and Green Economics. My name is Laila Rizky. I will be the moderator for this room. In the first round, we will have 3 presenters in this room. The first presenter is the Niken Subekti, Retno Wulandari, and Roderkius Reditya Milano. And the second paper is Niken Subekti, Retno Wulandari, Rodericus Reditya Milanio, and the last one in the first round is CSR, Environmental Value Internalization, Science Childhood, Both Harmonic Case. I will read the parallel session rules. In the 9th International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture and Environment, or ICSAI 9, we will 5 rules. The first one is, during the Zoom meeting, presenters are required to use proper identity indicating number of abstract ID and real name. The second rule is all participants are required to set virtual background which has been provided by the committee. The third rule, all participants are requested to mute the microphone audio when presentation video are playing and can be unmuted if necessary in the discussion. So please, okay. The next rule is all participants are welcome to ask or respond in the discussion via raise hand feature or the chat box with format name _affiliation _to question or respond. And the last rules is all participants must fill the attendance form that will be shared by the organizing committee during the session. So without further ado, we will start the first presenter. To operator, please play the video for the first presenter. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Before I start my presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Retno Wulandari. I am from Semarang State University. In this opportunity that has been given to me, I will present my article with the title is The Effectiveness of Fipronil Active Substance Compared with Imidacloprid to Control Germany Cockroach or Bacteria germanica L. First, I will talk about the introduction. German cockroach or Bacteria germanica L is a residential pest that can be a vector of disease and is commonly found in hotels, restaurants, food courts, hospitals, dark, damp, and dirty environments. The threat of pests in a hotel environment can cause economic loss on a large scale. Bacteria germanica cockroach population is very fast. Therefore, the German cockroach is an important insect pest to control. Cockroach control can be done in various ways, such as biological, mechanical, chemical, or sanitary. In general, Indonesian people control German cockroach by using aerosol and mist. This method is considered more practical to do, but it creates a lot of residuals that are harmful to human health and environment. One of the safe German cockroach control technology is the biting technology. Some chemical compounds that are often used in the manufacture of bait are fipronil and imidacloprid. So, the study aims to analyze the comparison of the effectiveness of the active substance fipronil and imidacloprid used to control Germany cockroach or Bacteria germanica L. This research is expected to provide information about the most effective active substance used as a poison-bait mixture so that it can be used in the development of methods for controlling Germanica cockroach or Bacteria germanica L. Next, we will talk about the methods. First, preparation of test insects. Sampling was carried out before the feeding process took place. The sample taken was a live Germany cockroach in the kitchens of several hotels in Semarang, Central Java. The study was carried out 8 repetitions for each treatment. Second, making toxic bait. Toxic bait was made by wigging 300 grams of phagostimulant in the form of strawberry jam, peanut butter, and bagulan bread that had been crushed. Its phagostimulant was added with 3 ml each of fipronil and 3 ml of imidacloprid. Then stir until all components were evenly mixed. After that, the bait is put into a 50 ml syringe to make it easier to apply toxic bait. Third, bait effectiveness test. The provision of baiting is carried out by the feeding methods, which is placed in a test arena. The parameter measure for bait effectiveness was the mortality rate of Germany cockroach, or Blatella germanica L, that consumed the baiting. For the Germany cockroach, the mortality rate was observed every 6 hours. Next is the measurement of environmental factors. The environmental factors observed in the study were temperature, humidity, and light intensity indoors and outdoors. Last, data analysis. Data analysis was carried out using SPSS software with one-way ANOVA statistical analysis to determine whether the difference in bed treatment with a combination of the active substance fipronil and imidacloprid significantly affected the mortality of Germany cockroach. So the most effective active ingredients to control Germany cockroach was obtained. Furthermore, probate analysis was carried out to determine the relationship between time and mortality in sectors LT50 and LT90. Okay, next we will talk about result and discussion. In the table 1 contains the mortality percentage of Germany cockroach after treatment using bed with fipronil active substance combination. Table 1 shows that within 12 hours of observation, the average percentage of Germany cockroach mortality was 13.54%. During 12 hours of observation, the mortality percentage reached 32.08%. At 36 hours of observation, the mortality was 58.54%. Meanwhile, within 48 hours of observation, the average mortality percentage reached 91.45%. In Table 2 contains the mortality percentage of Germany cockroach after treatment using bed with imidacloprid active substance combination. Table 2 shows that during 12 hours of observation, the average percentage of Germany cockroach mortality was 2.91%. During 24 hours, the average mortality percentage reached 8.54%. At 36 hours of observation, 17.70%. Meanwhile, within 48 hours of observation, the average percentage of mortality reached 37.91%. Next, the time needed to kill 50% and 90% of test insects can be seen in Table 3. The lowest LT50 and LT90 were conducted by using a combination of active substance fipronil bait. The lower the LT50 and LT90, the less time it takes to kill the Germany cockroach, so the effectiveness of the use of active substance fipronil is higher than that of imidacloprid. So the conclusion from this study is the use of baiting combination with active substance fipronil and imidacloprid is safer and easier to apply. The active substance fipronil is more effective in controlling Germany cockroach or Blatella germanica L compared to imidacloprid. So that's all from me. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Before I start the presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Fatul Wandari. I'm from Semarang State University. On this opportunity that has been given to me, I will present my article with the title is The Effectiveness of the Fipronil and Imidacloprid Active Substance to Control Liver Ends or Ocular Maragina. Okay, first, we will talk about the introduction. River ants or Oedipus maragina are insects belonging to order Hymenoptera. However, the presence of these ants in residential area can cause problems for the community. The trade of pests in a hotel environment can cause economic loss on a large scale. Therefore, Oedipus maragina are important insect pests to control, and control can be done by several methods, like spraying and baiting. In general, Indonesian people carry out chemical control using the spraying method. This method is considered easier to carry out, but it causes a lot of residues that are harmful to human health and the environment. One of the sub-river and control techniques is baiting. Feeding technique is carried out by providing bait, which is combination of several nutritional food and chemical compounds. In social insects such as ants, baiting is an effective pest control technique to provide insecticides to individuals who cannot find their own food, such as larvae and reproductive cats. Some chemical compounds that are often used are fipronil and imidacloprid. An important factor in the success of a baiting technique is finding the bait combination that Weber ants prefer. So this study aims to analyze the comparison of the effectiveness of the active substance fipronil and imidacloprid used to control the Weber ants or Oedipus maragina. The research is expected to provide information about the most effective active substance used as a poison-based mixture so that it can be used in the development of methods for controlling Weber ants. First, we will talk about the method. First, preparation of the insect. Sampling was carried out before the feeding process took place. The samples taken were Weber ants living in several hotels in Semarang, Central Java. The study was carried out in reputation for its treatment. Second, making toxic bait. Toxic bait was made by weighing 300 grams of phagostimulant and add 3 milli its fipronil and 3 milli of imidacloprid. Third, bait effectiveness test. A test arena is placed 100 Weber ants. The parameter measure for bait effectiveness is the mortality of Weber ants. For Weber ants, the mortality rate was observed every 6 hours. Next, measurement of environmental factor. The environmental factor observed in the study were temperature, humidity, and light intensity indoors and outdoors. Plus, data analysis. Data analysis was carried out using SPSS software with one-way ANOVA and probate analysis of insect pests LT50 and LT90 to determine the relationship between time and the mortality. Okay, next is result and discussion. Table 1 contains the mortality percentage data after treatment using baiting with a combination of the active substance fipronil for 6, 12, 18, and 24 hours. The table above shows that baiting with a combination of active substance fipronil is very effective in killing Oedipus maragina. Table 1 shows that within 3 hours of observation, the average percentage of ant mortality was 34.5%, meanwhile, at 12, 18, and 24 hours of observation, the average mortality percentage had reached 100%. Table 2 contains data on the percentage of mortality of but it takes a longer time than the active substance fipronil. Table 2 shows that within 24 hours of observation, the average percentage of mortality is 100%. The length of time required by baiting with a combination of fipronil to kill 50% of Oikopilus maracina ants was 6.31 hours, while for the active substance imidacloprid was 13.47 hours. Meanwhile, the LT90 value indicates that the length of time required by baiting with fipronil and imidacloprid to kill 90% of Oikopilus maracina ants was 11.21 hours and 33.28 hours. The results obtained in the study indicate that the active substance fipronil and imidacloprid can cause 100 deaths in Oikopilus maracina ants. However, the active substance fipronil provides more effective results when compared to the active substance imidacloprid. The number of deaths reached 100% within the observation time of 24 hours with use of the active substance fipronil. This shows that the active substance fipronil is very toxic, works relatively quickly and effectively to kill ants than the use of imidacloprid. So the conclusion is the use of baiting combined with the active substance fipronil and imidacloprid is safer and easier to apply. The active substance fipronil caused the highest average mortality of insects, pests, and was more effective in controlling weaver ants Oikopilus maracina compared to imidacloprid. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Introduce my name Sri Hilmi Pujihartati. I am from Universitas 11 Maret. I will present my article entitled GSR and Environmental Values Internationalization Since Childhood, PAUD Harmony Chaos. Introduction. Lack of awareness of knowledge about the importance of protecting the environment is one of the causes of a lot of environmental damage caused by human behavior. Internalization of environmental values is important as a preventive effort to overcome environmental problems. This process can be supported by various parties, including the GSR of the company which has environmental responsibility in its surroundings. This research seeks to explore the process of internalizing environmental values at childhood, which is a program of GSR PT Indako Warna Dunia. Methods. This study uses qualitative research methods to explore GSR programs in the form of PAUD Harmony. Data collection was carried out by in-depth interviews with informants. Sampling methods is using purposive sampling and FGD models as well as secondary data processing. Result and discussion. PAUD Harmony is a private educational institution founded on July 26, 29, and Karang Kidul Hamlet, RT-R7, RWR2, Pulau-Sari Village, Kebak Keramat District, Karanganyar Regency by PT Indako Warna Dunia with Harmony Foundation with the vision of forming an agile generation. 1. Implement active, creative, effective, and innovative learning. 2. Facilitate children to develop a strong character and a virtuous character. 3. Incorporate environmental materials into the educational curriculum. 4. Involve local wisdom in the educational process. PAUD Harmony has one goal in carrying out its business, which is raise the children to make them a generation of quality useful to the religion, to the house, and to the nation, develop the creativity of students' ability to express themselves, teach children from an early age to love the environment, create a disciplined and soothe generation. Education as one of the pillars of national development should not be overlooked by companies when implementing GSR. The education sector is often used in the implementation of GSR with its own characteristics and the implementation of its GSR. Initially, there was only one preschool in the village of Pulau-Sari. With the corporate social responsibility program implemented by company, making education one of its priority programs, Indako Warna Dunia established early childhood education and company participation. Defining the curriculum learning methods is an important part because the PAUD curriculum has its own standards, which is the theme of the curriculum environment. Children are encouraged to learn about the house with its different functions, parts of the house, what kind of equipment, and characteristics of the equipment in the house. In addition, in the theme of the environment, there is also a sub-chapter of learning at school, in which this sub-chapter invites children to get to know the school building and the school yard, starting from the study room, the playground, and the teaching tools. Game. Introduction for people at school. Introduction to school rules and regulation. Children are encouraged to aware with environmental problem by internalizing it on the curriculum. Conclusion. Education is an important component in shaping the understanding, mastery, and competence of the younger generation towards science and technology. Good quality education will assist the implementation of development, including in the context of improving community welfare. Education will also be an ideal vehicle in shaping environmental perception. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to all participants who joined this room. For the next session, we will have a discussion, question and answer. So please, if there is any participant who want to ask to the presenter, are allowed. You can use the feature present, or you can write your question into Zoom chat box. Sorry for the troubleshoot. Okay, so I will ask to the presenter what the novelty of your paper. We will start for the first paper. Ibu Niken, Ibu Retno, and Bapak Roderikus. You can answer my question what the novelty of your paper. Thank you. Hello? For the author, the first paper, Ibu Niken, are you there? Ibu Niken, Ibu Retno. Hello, Ibu Retno. I think Ibu Retno join this room. Can you answer the novelty of your paper?
Okay, thank you for your question. Let me tell the answer. For my paper, the novelty of my paper is for provide information and for comparison the effectiveness of the active substance fipronil and imidacloprid used to control the German cockroach. So we know the mixture of the bed is for development to controlling German cockroach. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. So for the next, maybe Ibu Retno will answer. For the second paper, the novelty, the effectiveness of the fipronil and imidacloprid active substance to control weaver ants. For the second paper.
Okay, thank you for your question. For the second paper, the novelty of my research is to give a new technique to provide to controlling weaver ant or Oikpilas maragdina with the baiting technique, and we know that the substance fipronil is more better for baiting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Retno. And we will move to the last paper. Please, one of the author, the novelty about the CSR and environmental value internalization, science childhood, or proud harmonic case. Thank you. Hello there. Stay here. Okay. Maybe Ibu Sri Hilmi Puji Hartati. Halo Ibu. Ibu Sri Hilmi Puji Hartati. Okay. Because there is no response from Ibu Sri Hilmi, we will move the next round. We will have 3 presenters in the second round. The first paper is Corporate Social Responsibility of Tourism during the COVID-19 pandemic, case study of PT TWC Borobudur. The author are Ra Hesley Humsona, Mahendra Wijaya, Derajat Kartono, and Agung Wibowo. The second paper, entitled A Study on the Benefit and Intention to Implement Urban Agriculture Among Urban Dwellers. The author are Muhammad Salehuddin Ali and Salia Kumar KN Faripun. And the last paper about land function transfer, the transformation of agriculture land to agriculture tourism sites in Pulau Boko, Semarang. So we will start the first video. Please, the operator. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Raisi Hamsuna. I will present my paper with the title Corporate Social Responsibility of Tourism during the COVID-19 pandemic, a study of Taman Wisata Borobudur. Introduction. Corporate Social Responsibility, or CSR, is a company commitment to behave ethically and contribute to sustainable economic development. Therefore, to reduce the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the government encouraged CSR to continue. This is in accordance with goal number 3 of SDGs 2030, that is ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. The aim of this research is to determine the strategy of PT Taman Wisata Candi Borobudur in implementing CSR during the COVID-19 pandemic. Method of this research use a qualitative method with a case study approach. Sampling consisting of 40 informants were selected using purpose sampling. Data collection uses observation, in-depth interview, and FGD. Data validation carried out using source and method triangulation. Data analysis conducting using an interactive model of analysis encompassing data reduction, data display, and conclusion drawing. Theories of this research use CSR and stakeholder engagement. CSR form to measure as a business contribution to sustainable development. CSR as a multi-stakeholder concept in which consideration of the interests of various stakeholders and dialogue between them play a major role. The company's job is to identify and manage stakeholder expectation. Theory stakeholder engagement from Greenwood definition that the process used by the organization for the purpose of achieving a great result. Stakeholder engagement is not the end goal, but a means to help build better relationship with the communities in which a company operates, which ultimately result in better business planning and performance. Successful engagement creates an understanding of why the organization pursues engagement, what issue to engage, and who need to be involved. Result in discussion for several strategic changes. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, several strategic changes in terms of planning and company management system were carried out throughout 2020, which then had an impact on the level of target achievement. With these challenges, the management has taken various policies both in the operational and financial fields in order to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the organization. With this effort and driven by the hard work of personnel on all fronts, the company has successfully faced the COVID-19 pandemic. Important steps in the formulation of a stakeholder management strategy are: 1. Identify key stakeholder and issue of stakeholder interest. 2. Analyze potential threats and cooperation of each key stakeholder. And 3. General strategy of stakeholder management. Identify stakeholder. The supportive stakeholder has support various goals and activity carried by the company. This type stakeholder has low threat potential and high cooperation potential. The marginal stakeholder have low cooperation potential, not relevant to be taken into account in various issues related to the management of stakeholder. The non-supportive stakeholder put the most pressure on the company. This type of stakeholder has a high threat potential but has a low potential for cooperation. The mixed blessing stakeholder has a high threat to the company but also has a high potential for cooperation. The supportive stakeholders are worker, formal and informal leader, healthy worker, tourism actor, community, and tourists. The marginal stakeholders are tourism actor outside the area. The non-sportive stakeholder, the surrounding community is not a tourism. The mixed blessing stakeholder are NGO and media. Stakeholder engagement. The theory uses stakeholder engagement from Greenwood to see the goals, level, and technique used. The company revised the budget to respond to the financing needs of CSR program in the health, economic, and environmental sector. The purpose of stakeholder engagement is to maximize the benefit of the activity. The level of stakeholder engagement varies from informed, consult to involved. The technique used also vary according to the level. Conclusion of this research. The result of the study indicate that corporate continue to carry out CSR activities because it realized that all parties must participate in dealing with the pandemic. The company also realized that its survival and long-term development depend on achieving a balance between profitability and harmony with various stakeholders. Company effort in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic are very relevant to SDGs number 3, that is ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we will move to the next video. Study the benefit and intention to implement urban agriculture among dwellers.
Hi guys, did you know that urban agriculture is an act of growing and raising plants and animals for foods and other uses within and around the town and cities area associated with the production, input deliveries, processing, and marketing of products? Urban agriculture is believed to be existed ever since the Mesopotamian civilization, with the emergence of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, where some of the system was built to replicate the suitable environment for plants growing activity within several ancient Mesopotamia citadels. My name is Muhammad Salihuddin Ali, and today I would like to talk about a study on the benefit and intention to implement urban agriculture among urban dwellers. Case study in southern region of Malaysia. For the introduction, in Malaysia, urban agriculture activity is getting popular, especially during the pandemic of COVID-19. As the pandemic struck, the economic situation in Malaysia faced a downturn. Rapid urbanization, slow income growth, and unstable food prices in the market are the major problems faced by the urban dwellers nowadays. With the ability of urban agriculture in reducing the impact of the problems stated earlier, more urban dwellers are projected to involve in urban agriculture activities. The purpose of this study are to measure the intention level of Malaysians in implementing urban agriculture, to assess the factor affecting the intention to implement urban agriculture in southern region of Malaysia, and lastly, to find the relationship of the benefit of urban agriculture and intention to implement urban agriculture in southern region of Malaysia. So as for the methodology, this study employs quantitative research. The location of the study was urban area in southern region of Malaysia. Structured questionnaire distributed by using face-to-face interview and online questionnaire were used to collect the data. There are 214 urban dwellers involved in this study. SPSS was used to analyze the data and to achieve the objective of the study. Exploratory factor analysis, intention level calculation, and Pearson correlation analysis were used. As for the result and discussion, I will start with exploratory factor analysis. In EFA, the Kaiser-Meyer-Olkin KMO measured the sampling adequacy used to compare the magnitude of the observed correlation. Whether the partial correlation among variables are small. In this study, the KMO result is at 0.911, which means there is enough sampling for this study. The significance of Bartlett test of superiority is at lower than 0.01 in this study. This shows that this study meets the requirement to perform the EFA with the data. So based on the eigenvalue that have more than one, EFA revealed that 3 components of factor that affect the intention of urban dwellers to implement urban agriculture. All 3 components are able to explain 61.75 variance on the data. After the varimax rotation, 16 items loaded into 3 components were found to affect the intention of urban dwellers in implementing urban agriculture activities. From the analysis, 3 benefits of urban agriculture, namely financial, social, and environmental, can be concluded as a factor that influence the intention of urban dwellers in southern region of Malaysia in implementing urban agriculture activities. Next one is the intention level calculation. For intention level calculation was used to determine the intention level of the respondent in implementing urban agriculture. The minimum score in this calculation is 4 and the maximum score is 20. The score was divided into 3 categories, which are high, moderate, and low intention level. Based on the calculation, the result reveals that 38.3% of the respondents have high intention in implementing urban agriculture. 46.7% of respondents have a moderate level of intention, and only 15% of the respondents have a low intention in implementing urban agriculture. The last analysis is the Pearson correlation analysis. So the result shows the relationship between independent variable, which are financial, social, and environmental benefits, and the dependent variable, which is the intention of urban dwellers in implementing urban agriculture. The table shows the correlation is significant at 0.01. This study used Hare JR as the reference for the description of correlation coefficient. Based on the analysis, the relationship between the environmental benefits and the intention to implement urban agriculture have a strong significant relationship at 0.01 significant level, capped at 0.63. The relationship between the financial benefits and the intention to implement urban agriculture is recorded at 0.522, indicate a moderate correlation at 0.01 significant level. The relationship between the intention to implement urban agriculture and social benefit of urban agriculture recorded at 0.462 also indicate a moderate relationship at 0.01 significant level. So this correlation is based on Hare JR et al. 2010. So environmental benefit has a strong significant relationship with the intention to implement urban agriculture. Social benefit and financial benefit have a significant moderate relationship with the intention to implement urban agriculture. As for the conclusion, there are 3 factors that influence urban dwellers' intention to implement urban agriculture, which are environmental, social, and financial. Urban dwellers in southern region of Malaysia have a moderate to high intention level in implementing urban agriculture. So there are a significant strong and moderate relationship between the benefits of urban agriculture and the intention to implement. So based on the result, urban agriculture have a potential to be conducted in southern region of Malaysia. And as for the recommendation for future research, firstly, I would like to recommend the future research to increase the sample size to get more variation of data and get a more accurate result. Secondly, due to demographical dispersion of Malaysia, the research location needs to be widened in order to reflect the entire Malaysian urban dwellers' perspective on urban agriculture. So I think that will be all from me today. So thank you.
Thank you. We will move to the last presenter in this second round. Land function transfer, the transformation of agriculture land to agriculture tourism sites in Pulau Buko, Semarang. Please, operator. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of our team, my name is Tommy Akvianto. Would like to present our result of the research conducting land function transfer, the transformation of agriculture land to agriculture tourism sites in Pulau Bogor, Semarang. This is our team, Nanang Wijayanto as the leader, Tommy Akvianto, Fatma Ulfatun Najija, Arianto Adinugroho as the team member from the Universitas 11 Maret. This is my email for corresponding tommy.akvianto@staff@uns.ac.id. We are joined for the 9th International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture and Environment in Surakarta. And this is our outline, introduction for the research objective, material and methodology, finding and discussion, and also conclusion. First of all, tourism has enhanced one of the leading sector in the recent years. Indonesia tourism's growth can be seen from the increasing number of the foreign tourist entries in the last 5 years, which has steadily increased. Naturally, the increasing number of tourist visits is followed by the economic impact of the tourist sites. Increasing tourist visits and expenditure can become local generate income and trigger national income development. In addition, the expenditure of tourists who spend also perform an essential role in national foreign exchange earning, equivalent to other foreign exchange sources, including oil, palm, and gas. Agritourism and rural tourism have become an integral concept that can be raised in the escalation of agro-industry function, which so far have not been maximized in area. However, the thing to note is that the integration of rural tourism businesses within the locality of the area is one of the main points. In order to follow up the mandatory instruction from the regional government, the community leader tried to maximize the asset of the village head. In the area of tourism development, the involvement of other stakeholders is also an essential. The actor is not only for the community leader but also the other stakeholders should involve in the development activities. This is necessary considering that it represents an essential role in the success of tourism development. In the activities of transferring the land function, the village government faced several problems, one of which is the rejection from the community who have managed the area as the agricultural land. Furthermore, this community action should be solved by the village government. Therefore, the tourism activities can run properly. This is our methodology. The study aimed to evaluate the potential of Pulau village to be used in agritourism attraction by utilizing its natural resource. The approach of the study used descriptive qualitative, where direct observation, in-depth interview, study documentation, and literature review are used to answer the existing problem. And this is our finding. Pulau Bogor natural resource as a tourist attraction. Before become one of the tourist attraction in Semarang, this agritourism has long been managed by the community into an agricultural land with a rental system to the village government, since the agriculture location are village asset area. The tourism potential that can be used as the tourist attraction in Pulau Bogor village are the very beautiful rural atmosphere and the green landscape of the area. In addition, besides the rural atmosphere can be used as the main attraction, tourists can also see the landscape of Rawapening Lake, considering the hills location of the agritourism. Various activities can also be carried by tourists during their visit, this location, since this location have a large area, one of which is outbound activities and family gathering are suitable activities for these agritourism sites, supporting by camping ground location and other supporting facilities, which is clean water, a prayer room, and large parking area. In addition, the irrigation, this place have an irrigation reservoir that can be used for tourism activities as tourist attraction. And Palabuku Village, also known as a public tourist center for producing fruit. Currently, there is a citrus plantation and durian fruit. For this product, when the harvest season arrives, various tourists come to enjoy the fruit while enjoying the atmosphere in the area. The site manager also utilized the agricultural product in the form of fruit and vegetable to become one of the attraction for culinary tourism by serving typical dishes of Kunchan agritourism. Internal stakeholder collaboration also our finding. The model internal collaboration is quadruple helix, where village government, village-owned enterprises, and some communities and also universities make agreement to make this agritourism industries. And the result of collaboration, we make preparation in grand design prototype and mapping in the long-term development of Kunchan agritourism for the next 10 years. Not only for physical development, we also make non-physical, where empowerment of human resource in agritourism Kunchan are held. This is our grand design for long-term life development. As you can see here, this is the mapping of the location. You can see from here. I don't need to play all because the time. This is the rest our restaurant planning. Okay, and the conclusion, the consolidation of the village government and the community needs to be done more intensely in order to create a more optimal tourism industry. Planning document in the form of village regulation or village health decrees related to business management must be formed to improve agritourism utilization. I think that's all for presentation and thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the Bapak. So we will move to the next round. If there is no more question from the participant, please to participant, you can ask to the presenter by use feature Zoom chat box or use feature raise hand. Okay, because there is no more question, we will move to the next session. We will have 3 presenters again. The first paper is the environmental wisdom in the tale of the king of pigs as an alternative to strengthen policy for sustainable development goals or SDGs. And the next paper is Warung Sambal, Indonesia Corporate Social Responsibility Sustainability Model. And the last one is Dukutan Right, efforts to save the environment in the Lawu area Karanganyar. So we will start from the first video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In this session, I will be present my paper entitled Environmental Wisdom in the Tale of the King of Pigs as an alternative to strengthen policy for sustainable development goals, SDGs. Introduction. The Tale of the King of Pigs is Malay literature work classic. Finished writing on 10 Zulkaidah 1188 Hijriah or 12 January 1775. Contain oral tradition and environmental wisdom. Characteristic: it is manuscript written in Arabic. Media use the luang paper. Language: Malay, Javanese, and Arabic. Controversy: pigs are dirty, unclean, and haram animal for the Muslim community. Symbolization: the boy who was cursed to become a pig, but he was still of good character. Finally, he returned to being human. Method: qualitative method. Text editing method use critical edition method. Text study method use semiotic. Result and discussion. Environmental wisdom in the text of the Tale of the King Pigs. If we look at page 10, we can found quote, menjadi tiada boleh yang dipertuan memeliharakan paduka anak karena sifatnya seperti babi. Through this quote, it can be seen that the pig is an animal that is forbidden by Islam, both for consumption and maintenance. Therefore, a pig must be allowed to live in its natural habitat, namely the jungle. This insight into the environment is deeper and include more religious aspect. It can be seen that our dealing with the environment are not only limited to the visible nature, but also deal with the microcosm and macrocosm. So, once again, talking about animal, we are talking about the aspect of harmony of life between human and nature. If nature is increasingly damaged, then human life will be more difficult, suffering, and full of disaster. So, the awareness to be able to inherit nature for future generation is something that must always be a hope. So that our children and grandchildren will be able to live happily and prosperously. Implementation of the concept of environmental wisdom. If we look page 9 in the manuscript, The Tale of the King Pig, we found quote, suatu pun tiada salah kita, sampai hatinya datang rasanya membuangkan kita tiada berdosa. Semoga-moga anakmu itu pun menjadi babi binatang haram jadah yang tiada harus dipeliharakan oleh segala manusia. Maka dengan takdir Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, segala sumpah dan doa, segala anak raja-raja itu pun dikabulkan Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, berlaku atas hambanya. Based on this quote, it is known that humans should not act arbitrarily toward fellow human and God's creature. If this is still done, then the prayer of the person who has been hurt or persecuted is efficacious and will be granted by God Almighty. So, people who are persecuted or people who are wrong or praise will be easily granted by their prayer or request by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Therefore, Muslims are strongly reminded not to do wrong to others, even to animals and plants, because the acts of injustice is a despicable act that is strictly prohibited by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. The wrongdoers will be severely punished both in this world and on the day of judgment. Conclusion. The tale of the pig king is essentially a symbol of harmony and the harmony of life between human and nature, including the animals and plants in it. If nature is diminished, then human life will be more difficult, miserable, and suffering. Therefore, there need to be a tradition of sustainable natural inheritance so that future generations can live happily and prosperously. Man must always introspect so that he can control all his action and word from things that can oppress people, animal, plant, and the environment. Because wrongdoing will invite and bring punishment from God, both in this world and in hereafter. Just talking about environmental wisdom in the Malay tradition will always be related to social and spiritual aspect. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Here I am Nugroho and want to present my research about Warung Spesial Sambal Indonesia Corporate Social Responsibility Sustainability Model. My research with Mrs. Dwining Tias Patmaningrum and Mr. Eksa Rusdiana from Agricultural Communication and Extension Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Maret Surakarta. This is the background of my research. The transparency of company during the development to increase company reputation. This is very important for the company. Besides that, the business must integration with the social activity and the correlation with sustainability on economic, social, and environment. Besides that, the implementation of CSR in Indonesia based on the law number 40 of 27 about limited liability companies. And then on that law number, it's very only tell the implementation of CSR for the company for natural resource and did not obligate the allocation of CSR. So this is cause many meaning in implementing CSR in Indonesia. But at the obstacle of the implementing CSR in Indonesia, the company that have a good practices of CSR, namely Warung Spesial Sambal Indonesia, are interesting to study about the implementing of CSR because Warung SS pay the allocation of CSR based on the company offset. So I'm research this have the aims for to know the Warung Spesial Sambal CSR foundation and policy. Besides that, I want to analyze Warung Spesial Sambal CSR sustainability. So the study used a descriptive qualitative approach with an intrinsic case study method. The informant of this research are the director of Warung Spesial Sambal, the public relation and social division in Warung Spesial Sambal, and the beneficiaries of CSR and community empowerment and social services in Warung Spesial Sambal. So this is the result and discussion of my research. The first one is about Warung Spesial Sambal CSR Foundation and Policy. The director of Warung Spesial Sambal has a vision to prosper for personnel and then their families, supporting parties and also benefit to the community around Warung SS. So Warung SS allocated CSR by 1% from the offset every month. Besides that, Warung SS also implement the religious business, so has a commitment to the employees, to the supporter, and then to the surrounding community. Besides that, Warung SS also have CSR idealism. The first one, CSR as a first aid for the social problem through social services. And the second one, the community empowerment process must cooperate with trustworthy legal institutions. So Warung SS implement two CSRs. The first is social services that has characteristics in charity and philanthropy. And the second one, the community empowerment that has characteristic on corporate citizenship. So, whereas CSR sustainability model based on the understanding of Parang SS, the fundamental CSR. The first, the understanding of the function of CSR. The second one, understanding of benefit of CSR. And the third one is understanding on the obstacle of CSR. After understand the three understanding process by the director, Warung SS has the impact of the sustainability by implementing the CSR. The first in economic sustainability, Warung SS has CSR for community empowerment and philanthropy project. Warung SS give any facility and assistance for the beneficiaries, and then Warung SS provision any material and is work for beneficiaries. So after that, the benefits improve on the economic. So this is one of the key success of this economic sustainability because Warung SS have the sustainability of business for implementing this impact of CSR. And the second one, social sustainability. Warung SS through the CSR social services. The first step is survey and then give any assistance by the material and non-material. And after that, Warung SS give monitoring and then the beneficiaries improve the social sustainability. And after that, this is in the long term, Warung SS get any social sustainability. And then the last, Warung SS also have the environmental sustainability for the CSR by community empowerment. Warung SS at the first step by survey and after that give any assistance by material or non-material. Warung SS focus on the agriculture business program. So this is give any plant cultivation assistance and then after that Warung SS give support on utilize dry land and improve the soil fertilizer. So this is one of the supporting by Warung SS to get the environmental sustainability in the long term on the beneficiaries and also Warung Special Sambal. And then, so this is the conclusion of the research. Warung SS in implementing CSR based on the directed policy and the company vision of prosperity of personnel and their families, supporting parties and also benefit for the community around Warung SS. And then second one, the CSR sustainability model of Warung SS can be seen from the triple bottom line concept. The first in economic sustainability, social sustainability, and then environmental sustainability. So thank you for your attention, and I hope any suggestion for you for your attention and suggestion for this research. Thank you and have a nice day.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In this session, I will be present my paper entitled Dugutan Read Effort to Save the Environment in the Lawu Area, Karanganyar. Introduction. Dugutan Read only understood as village clean ceremony, the form of local wisdom of the people of West Lereng Lawu. And then Tugutan Reeds only understood as cultural tourism potential, whereas cultural experience fact and shape Lawu's environment. Tugutan reads not only about the origin story about Lura, an ascetic who can grow rice, the story of Niroso Putih, the female recluse who eats and drinks something white, Kiai Menggung story, an ascetic disciple who can only eat corn, palawija, and drink fresh water. Watu Gunung story, our offering are made from corn and secondary crop or non-rice. In the Tugutan rites is tradition people or indigenous people and social system. The first history of origin and cosmology and tradition ritual and customary law institution and dispute resolution procedure and then manage room setting and protection. Special pattern of Tukutan. Manggung Temple is Punden Terrace model. The location of peak of the Tukutan traditional ceremony procession is carried out. The temple can be symbolized as lingga. And Sendang Temanten is 7 showers, performing the repentance procession by taking a mandatory bath in 7 shower at midnight. Pringgodani Hermitage, the place of meditation or asceticism, is done as a form of devotion to God after sunset. Yoni, as a symbol of fertility as well as the source of holy water for community life custom. Special Person Tukutan Part 2. Worship Place. Worship is proof of our gratitude for God's grace. Water conservation is about protecting and conserving springs. And then land conservation, the special division of settlement, field, forest, market, and then potential food security and diversity. 1,800 tons of purple potatoes for your export to Korea and Japan. Potential opportunity to drive rural economic. Ornamental plant center. Conclusion. The existence of the Bhutan reed is not just complement and sweetener for tourism in Karanganyar area. The Dukutan reed is a cultural expression of struggling to save the Lawu highland regional environment and preservation local food diversity. Local government, district and province, and central government are proactive in protecting the existence of indigenous people. Recommendation. Hopefully, there will soon be legal certainty regarding the protection of indigenous people in the draft law of indigenous people, which is included in the 2020 National Legislation Program as an initiative of the House of Representatives promoted by Nasdem, PDIP, and PKB. Indigenous people should be made subject in the tourism industry so that they are not just complementary, suffer, and continue to exist with their local wisdom. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to all participants who joined in the third round. Bapak Asep Yuda Wirajaya, Trisna Kumala Satya, Dewi Bani Sudarti, Dianta and Bagus Kurniawan. And the next paper from Nugroho Hasan, Twinning Tias, Patmaningrum, and Eksa. And the last one, that present is Bapak Asep Yuda Wirajaya, Denitri Ardianto, and Didi Eka Timbul Prayoga. So, to all participants, if you want to ask some question to the presenter are allowed, you can write your question in the Zoom chat box or use feature raise hand in the Zoom. Do not hesitate to ask to all to presenter. Okay, because there is no more question, we will move to the next round. We have 3 papers that will be present. The first paper is Environmental Ethics Myth of the Rice Goddess Dewi Sri in Japanese Society as an Alternative to Contribution to Sustainable Development Goal. And the next paper is the Factor Affecting Chile Market Supply Towards Sustainable Domestic Production. And the last one is the ESG-based investment products, a burden or an answer for corporate sustainability. So without further ado, we will start for the first paper. Please, operator. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sehat selalu. Kali ini kami akan mempresentasikan makalah kami yang berjudul Etika Lingkungan Hidup, Mitos Dewi Padi, Dewi Sri dalam Masyarakat Jawa sebagai alternatif sumbangan pembangunan berkelanjutan. Perkenalkan, saya Trisna Kumala Satya Dewi, Bani Sudardi, Istadianta, dan Bagus Kurniawan dari Fakultas Ilmu Budaya Universitas 11 Maret. Masyarakat Jawa telah mengenal kearifan lokal yang berupa pengetahuan tentang lingkungan hidup yang tercermin dalam mitos Dewi Padi atau Dewi Sri. Citra tradisional tentang lingkungan hidup tersebut berupa segala aktivitas masyarakat Jawa terhadap kelestarian pangan yang tercermin dalam mitos Dewi Sri. Masyarakat Jawa telah mengungkapkannya dalam berbagai bentuk upacara ritual yang berkaitan dengan kelestarian pangan, yaitu padi dan tetumbuhan lainnya. Tulisan ini bertujuan untuk mengungkapkan etika lingkungan hidup di dalam masyarakat Jawa dalam mitos Dewi Padi, Dewi Sri. Etika lingkungan hidup yang berupa kearifan lokal masyarakat Jawa dalam mitos Dewi Sri tersebut diharapkan dapat bermanfaat bagi pembangunan dan masa depan bangsa. Metode yang dipakai di dalam penelitian ini, jadi kajian ini termasuk kajian folklore, objek materialnya berupa tradisi lisan mitos Dewi Sri dan dalam langkah kerjanya meliputi klasifikasi, pengumpulan dan analisis ya. Pengumpulan data mitos Dewi Sri yaitu dengan teknik observasi, wawancara, perekaman dan pengarsipan. Metode deskriptif analitik digunakan di dalam penelitian ini yaitu mendeskripsikan data yang telah dikumpulkan dan kemudian menganalisisnya. Metode ini dikembangkan sebab memberikan kemungkinan lebih banyak dan lebih luasa untuk mengkaji dan menguraikan gejala yang tampak di dalam masyarakat tempat penelitian dilaksanakan. Mitos ya, merupakan bagian dari folklore, yaitu sebagian kebudayaan suatu kolektif yang tersebar dan diwariskan secara turun-temurun di antara kolektif macam apa saja secara tradisional dalam versi yang berbeda, baik dalam bentuk lisan, contoh yang disertai gerak isyarat, atau alat pembantu pengingat. Mitos termasuk cerita prosa rakyat yang dianggap suci oleh masyarakat pemiliknya. Mitos ditokoi oleh dewa atau dewi atau makhluk setengah dewa. Peristiwa dan latar cerita bukan terjadi di dunia, tetapi di dunia lain yang berbeda dengan dunia yang kita huni. Pada umumnya, mitos mengisahkan terjadinya alam semesta, manusia pertama, terjadinya maut, dan sebagainya. Mitos mengisahkan petualangan para dewa, kisah percintaan, hubungan kekerabatan, kisah perang, dan sebagainya. Dalam masyarakat tradisional, mitos memainkan peran sebagai pedoman tingkah laku masyarakat yang berjalan baik karena dipercaya ada keterlibatan leluhur. Mitos Dewi Sri dalam masyarakat Jawa merupakan milik masyarakat yang telah dipercaya secara turun-temurun. Warisan nenek moyang ini masih dilestarikan hingga kini dengan berbagai aktivitas yang berkaitan dengan kehidupan masyarakat petani di Jawa. Ini adalah sebuah lakon di dalam wayang Purwo Sri Mulih ya, yang terdapat di Desa Madu, Kecamatan Mojosongo, Kabupaten Boyolali. Jadi tradisi ini masih hidup di dalam masyarakat sampai dengan sebelum pandemi ya, 2019 ya, masyarakat masih melaksanakan satu tradisi bersih desa dengan mengambil satu lakon Sri Mulih. Mitos Dewi Sri sebagai mitos pertanian. Pulau Jawa merupakan daerah agraris dalam bidang pertanian, mencukupi kebutuhannya sendiri. Dalam hal pengairan dilaksanakan secara bergotong royong yang dikelola oleh rumah tangga yang disebut dengan desa. Kepercayaan masyarakat Jawa asli yang berkaitan dengan pertanian adalah tentang mitos Dewi Sri atau Dewi Padi. Dalam masyarakat Jawa yang agraris, mitos Dewi Sri amat dikenal oleh masyarakat petani. Nah, etika lingkungan hidup mitos Dewi Sri ya, dan Sustainable Development Goals. Masalah lingkungan hidup pada hakikatnya merupakan masalah yang universal, tidak hanya berkaitan dengan manusia sebagai individu, melainkan individu manusia sebagai masyarakat ya, dan bangsa. Ini merupakan juga masalah dunia. Masalah kerusakan lingkungan hidup dan ekologi manusia menjadi bahan pembicaraan yang aktual bagi negara, baik negara berkembang maupun negara maju. Dengan demikian, masalah lingkungan hidup ini juga berkaitan dengan etika atau nilai, yaitu berkaitan dengan pandangan pantas atau tidak pantas, baik dan tidak baik. Etika lingkungan hidup menyangkut pandangan. Di samping itu, manusia dan perilaku yang tercermin di dalam mitos Dewi Sri atau Dewi Padi itu berkaitan dengan asal-usul tanaman, bagian lokal atau local wisdom, pengetahuan tradisional leluhur kita. Dalam teks mitos Dewi Sri yang berkaitan dengan asal-usul tanaman sebagaimana dapat menjadi salah satu bentuk sumbangan atau alternatif tentang ketahanan pangan, pelestarian lingkungan hidup. Aktualisasi masyarakat Jawa yang tercermin di dalam mitos tersebut, yaitu yang berkaitan dengan berbagai kegiatan seperti dalam bersih desa atau istilah-istilah yang semacamnya, sedekah bumi, merti deso, tradisi wiwit, ruwatan, nyadran, dan sebagainya, atau boyong mbok Sri Mulih pada hakikatnya berpotensi sebagai penunjang yang sesuai dengan tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan atau SDGs, khususnya yang berkaitan dengan kehidupan sehat dan sejahtera, menjaga ekosistem atau lingkungan masyarakat petani yang agraris dengan kearifan lokal, mensejahterakan masyarakat dengan menjaga ketahanan pangan dan menyimpan bahan pangan cadangan, melestarikan lumbung. Dengan demikian diharapkan masyarakat petani
Hi, my name is Muhammad Salihuddin bin Ali. I'm from Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. And today I would like to present a paper with the title of Factor Affecting Chili Market Supply Towards Sustainable Domestic Production. For the introduction, I will start with Malaysian chili supply scenario. So basically in Malaysia, we have a high demand and low supply of chili, and Malaysia have a high dependency on import. For cultivation system in Malaysia, we have fertigation and conventional system. The purpose of this study is to analyze the trend of demographic factor among the chili farmers, to ascertain the factor affecting chili supply, and to determine the relationship between the factor and supply quantity of chili. For the methodology, there are 102 chili farmers participate in this study. This is a quantitative research study. For research location, we have Perak and Melaka. Data collection method, the study use a structured questionnaire distributed by using face-to-face interview and online questionnaire. For data analysis, the study use the SPSS, and the analysis involve descriptive analysis, exploratory factor analysis, and multiple regression analysis. So here is the result and discussion for this study. For descriptive analysis, I'll just summarize it to you. So here is the result on the gender, age, and race. For the experience of the farmers, basically majority of the farmers have less than 10 years of experience. For planting system, most of the farmers use the open fertigation. Okay, so the income per season of the farmers is the majority is between 1,000 to 3,000 ringgit per season. For total production per season, 75.5% of the farmers are only able to produce less than 5 metric ton per season. And the majority of the farmers have 1 to 2 acres of farm size. And for type of chili grown, 75.5% of the farmers basically cultivate Kulai variety. For exploratory factor analysis, okay, based on the eigenvalue that are more than 1, the EFA revealed 3 factors affecting the chili supply in Malaysia, which are extension service, knowledge, and credit access. And all 3 components are able to explain 60.2% variance on data. For multiple regression analysis, based on the regression result, the coefficient of determination R square was 0.449, indicating that a combination of the regression model explained 44.9% of the variation in the dependent variable, with remaining 55.1% is due to uncontrollable factor in the regression model. So among 9 variable users to predict the production of chili in this study, only 2 of them had a statistically significant relationship with chili production supplied by farmers. Okay, the 2 factors are income per season and farm size. So basically, the beta coefficient for farm size here is 0.311, implies that on average, increase in farmers' farm size by 1 acre result 31.1% increase in chili production supplied by farmers to the market. So basically, the second factor is income per season. So reveals that on average, 1 unit of productivity of chili per season result in 23% of the chili production supplied by farmers. For conclusion and recommendation, the conclusion is the main factor that influence the chili production in Malaysia are extension service, credit access, and knowledge. And there are a strong positive relationship between farm size and income per season with chili production. For the recommendation, more research in the future is needed to enhance domestic chili production in Malaysia. Future research should increase the sample size and research parameter to ensure the accurate result. So that will be all from me today. Thank you.
Hello, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Vinka Cindy Agustin and my companion, Mr. Atmaji and Ms. Arum Setiawati. In this condition, I will tell you about my article with title ESG-based investment product, a burden or an answer for corporate sustainability. In this next occasion, we have for agenda. The first is introduction, second research methodology, third result and discussion, and the final is conclusion. In introduction, the increasing uncontrollably and unpredictable climate conditions have indirectly affected several sectors of life. Climate change is not only caused by natural conditions but also human behavior. In fact, most of the world's climate change is caused by human behavior. Various activities carried out by humans that encourage increased greenhouse gas or GHG emission are often carried out to pursue economic growth without considering environmental sustainability aspects. Based on data from the EPS, it is known that the number of companies in Indonesia until 2020 reached 4.21 million units. Of the large number of companies in Indonesia, especially manufacturing companies, they contribute to an increase in carbon and GHG emission. Such conditions encourage companies to pay more attention to social and environmental responsibility in order to gain legitimacy for their social role and environmental concern. This makes the company's commitment to implementing ESG continue to increase, one of which is in terms of investment. Methodology for the article. Particularly, the study aimed to answer the company's anxiety to decide whether to issue an ESG-based investment product or not. To find out whether ESG is a burden or an answer for the company's sustainability, a literature study is carried out which is the analysis level. Research and discussion, along with development of increasing uncontrollable environmental conditions, understanding of ESG is increasing. ESG is not only a focus in Indonesia, but throughout the country and has developed into a positive trend. This is evidenced by the Global Sustainable Investment Alliance, which show that sustainable investment assets in developed countries have grown to 30.7 trillion US dollars. The research from Edward Pinel, ESG factors play an important role in assessing the firm creditworthiness in emerging markets and developing economies and developed countries. And the research from Unplasnet show that companies with lower ESG and human rights score tend to leave their operation unchanged amid the Russian intervention, and companies with high ESG and HAM score tend to rig. From the research from Chen and Yang, companies that choose the ESG momentum strategy can generate large profit in the short term and can even reserve profit in the long term. Institution not only beneficial for conventional financial companies or institutions, ESG also has a positive impact on Islamic or Sharia companies or financial institutions. The implementation of ESG investment also continues to grow in Indonesia. Even at the end of 2021, the Indonesia Stock Exchange published a new index based on environmental, social, and governance, and Indonesia Biodiversity or KHATI entitled ESG Quality 45 EDX KHATI Index. And even during the pandemic, ESG investment remains stable and tends to increase, based on a survey conducted by KIC from 595 respondents of investment actors in Indonesia. It showed that as many as 66.1% own shares in companies that prioritize ESG. 18.8% of investors don't know whether their company's priorities ESG or not, and 15.1% invest in companies that prioritize ESG. Companies that don't prioritize ESG. As for sovereign policymaker, the ESG show how and to what extent their sustainability policies impact credit rating. On the conclusion, ESG-based investment is not a burden, but an answer for the company's sustainability. ESG is an answer because in any period of time, short or long, either 3 or 6 years into the future, ESG-based financial products are instantly being targeted by investors, especially foreign investors. When the company gets more and more foreign investors, the company's sustainability can last a long time. On the other hand, ESG-based investment also encourages people to recognize the company as an environmentally and socially responsible company, so that the company gets a good image and support from the community. The hope is that after knowing that ESG-based investment is an opportunity to extend the company's sustainability, more companies will offer this investment and more investors will be interested in ESG-based investment. That's the discussion to our article. This is all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you to all participants who joined this room. Okay, let me see in the Zoom chat box there are questions or not. Okay, sorry, I forgot to turn on my video. Okay, please. For participant, if you want to ask to the presenter, you are allowed to write your question in the Zoom chat box, or you can use feature raise hand. Okay, because I think there is no more question from the participant. We can end this room because I think this is the time we need to end our room in the section Sustainable Development Goal in Agriculture, Environment, and Green Economics. But before we end this room, please turn on your video. We can take a picture together. To all participants and to presenter, please turn on your video. We will do. Okay. I will count into 1, 2, and 3. Okay, one more. You can use your freestyle with your finger, the piece or the other sarangi or the others. Freestyle. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you. Thank you to all participants. Good luck for your paper. And see you in the next event. I am Lara Fauzia, sign out from this room. Thank you.
ilmu pengetahuan tanpa keluhuran budi adalah buta. Inti lambang Universitas 11 Maret divisualisasikan oleh sebuah wiku. Sosok orang pintar dengan praba di pusat wajahnya. Dalam sejarah agama dan pewayangan, praba digunakan oleh orang suci dan bijaksana, mengisyaratkan keluhuran budi dengan pancaran sinar keabadian ilmu pengetahuan yang menerangi untuk kesejahteraan manusia. Universitas 11 Maret berdiri pada tanggal 11 Maret 1976. Telah memposisikan diri menjadi salah satu universitas terkemuka di Indonesia. Memiliki cita-cita luhur untuk membangun negeri dengan terus mencetak prestasi dan inovasi yang bermanfaat bagi masyarakat. Universitas 11 Maret telah membangun visi dan rencana strategisnya untuk menjadi pusat pengembang ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan seni yang unggul secara internasional berlandaskan nilai-nilai luhur budaya bangsa. Berfokus pada peningkatan bidang khusus dan pada pengembangan kapasitas untuk memenuhi standar kelas dunia, UNS mengembangkan 3 pusat unggulan iptek. Ketiga pusat unggulan iptek tersebut adalah pusat unggulan dalam teknologi baterai lithium ion, Fintech Center dalam bidang teknologi keuangan, dan Javanologi yang berfokus pada studi, pengembangan, dan pelestarian budaya Jawa. Universitas 11 Maret terletak di kota Surakarta atau lebih dikenal dengan Solo. Sebuah kota yang sangat nyaman untuk ditinggali, di mana budaya Jawa dan kehidupan modern berpadu. Kehidupan kota Solo yang menjunjung tinggi harmoni telah membentuk lulusannya sebagai calon pemimpin masa depan yang berkarakter tangguh, kreatif, ramah dan murah hati, tenang, juga lentur adaptif. Untuk mewujudkan visi pendidikan tinggi Indonesia, Kampus Merdeka, Merdeka Belajar, Universitas 11 Maret memiliki berbagai program yang tersebar ke dalam 11 fakultas, sekolah vokasi, dan pascasarjana. Berbagai layanan perpustakaan seperti penyediaan ribuan buku, akses ke berbagai jurnal internasional, dan pendampingan klinik pustaka dikembangkan dalam rangka mendukung pembelajaran mahasiswa, dosen, dan peneliti. Dengan suasana akademik yang nyaman, kampus yang hijau, serta didukung sistem informasi yang terintegrasi, Universitas 11 Maret menumbuhkan budaya akademik yang berperspektif global dan berorientasi 4.0. Kemitraan aktif dan kolaborasi yang kuat telah menjadi bagian tak terpisahkan dari universitas. Kemitraan internasional menciptakan banyak peluang untuk mobilitas mahasiswa dan staf, kolaborasi penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat. Selain menjadi pusat kepakaran, UNS juga menjadi rumah bagi mahasiswa dari 34 provinsi di Indonesia dan 33 negara di dunia. Menciptakan lingkungan beragam yang mengarah pada kekayaan budaya untuk dapat saling memahami. Ekspresi keberagaman menjadi hal yang dihargai setiap hari. Di dalam area kampus, UNS memiliki 6 tempat ibadah untuk 6 agama dan kepercayaan yang diakui pemerintah Indonesia. Hal ini menempatkan UNS sebagai satu-satunya universitas di Indonesia yang memiliki 6 tempat ibadah di satu wilayah. Inilah bukti bahwa UNS telah menjadi tempat yang aman bagi berbagai latar belakang dan inklusif untuk belajar bagi mahasiswa penyandang disabilitas. Kehidupan modern saat ini begitu kompleks daripada sebelumnya. Kita hidup dalam dunia yang berubah begitu cepat, sulit diprediksi, dan penuh ketidakpastian. Universitas berperan besar dalam menyiapkan lulusannya untuk pekerjaan yang belum dibuat, teknologi yang belum ditemukan, dan untuk mengatasi masalah yang belum diantisipasi sebelumnya. Penting untuk dipahami bahwa menjadi fleksibel adalah inti dari pertumbuhan seiring dengan perubahan abad ke-21. Inilah yang mendorong UNS mengubah tata kelolanya menjadi PT NBH. Dengan perubahan status ini, UNS akan memiliki ruang gerak yang optimal dalam meningkatkan kualitasnya, memiliki otonomi dan kemandirian untuk mengimplementasikan kebijakan 5 pilar akselerasi UNS menuju World Class University. Universitas 11 Maret, bercita-cita luhur membangun negara. Ilmu pengetahuan tanpa keluhuran budi adalah buta. Inti lambang Universitas 11 Maret divisualisasikan oleh sebuah wiku. Sosok orang pintar dengan praba di pusat wajahnya. Dalam sejarah agama dan pewayangan, praba digunakan oleh orang suci dan bijaksana, mengisyaratkan keluhuran budi dengan pancaran sinar keabadian ilmu pengetahuan yang menerangi untuk kesejahteraan manusia. Universitas 11 Maret berdiri pada tanggal 11 Maret 1976. Telah memposisikan diri menjadi salah satu universitas terkemuka di Indonesia. Memiliki cita-cita luhur untuk membangun negeri dengan terus mencetak prestasi dan inovasi yang bermanfaat bagi masyarakat. Universitas 11 Maret telah membangun visi dan rencana strategisnya untuk menjadi pusat pengembang ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan seni yang unggul secara internasional berlandaskan nilai-nilai luhur budaya bangsa. Berfokus pada peningkatan bidang khusus dan pada pengembangan kapasitas untuk memenuhi standar kelas dunia, UNS mengembangkan 3 pusat unggulan iptek. Ketiga pusat unggulan iptek tersebut adalah pusat unggulan dalam teknologi baterai lithium ion, fintech center dalam bidang teknologi keuangan, dan javanologi yang berfokus pada studi, pengembangan, dan pelestarian budaya Jawa. Universitas 11 Maret terletak di kota Surakarta atau lebih dikenal dengan Solo. Sebuah kota yang sangat nyaman untuk ditinggali, di mana budaya Jawa dan kehidupan modern berpadu. Kehidupan kota Solo yang menjunjung tinggi harmoni telah membentuk lulusannya sebagai calon pemimpin masa depan yang berkarakter tangguh, kreatif, ramah dan murah hati, tenang, juga lentur adaptif.
Hello. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second round of the international conference by Universitas 11 Maret. In this room, we will start in the room 3, Sustainable Development Goal in Agriculture, Environment, and Green Economics. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 12 papers that we will be present in this morning. The first paper is the farmer income analysis, cocoa farming with side grafting technique, case study in Mapesangka Village, South Sulawesi, Indonesia. The next paper is the coping strategy of Porang farmer household in anticipating long harvest period, empirical study in Wonogiri Regency, Indonesia. And the third one is cost-benefit analysis of the establishment of an environment-based regional-owned enterprises or BUMD in tourism sector in Magetan Regency. Before we start this room, I will read the parallel session rules. The NIN International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture and Environment, or ICSAI-9, have 5 rules. The first rule is, during the Zoom meeting, presenters are required to use proper identity indicating number of abstract ID and real name. So please, for the presenter, rename your Zoom meeting with your number of abstract ID and real name. All participants are required to set virtual background which has been provided by the committee. All participants are requested to mute the microphone audio when presentation video are playing and can be unmuted if necessary in the discussion. All participants are welcome to ask or respond in the discussion via raise hand feature or chat box with the format name _affiliation _to whom question or your response. And the last rules are all participants must fill the attendance form that will be shared by the organizing committee during the session. So we will start for the first round of this session. To operator, please play the video for the paper that entitled Farmer Income Analysis Cocoa Farming with the Side Grafting Technique by Baharudin Agustang, Aili Christine, Andi T. Fitriah, and Ratri R. Utami. Thank you.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Ratri Utami, and I am here representing my team to present an article entitled Farmer Income Analysis, Cocoa Farming with Side Grafting Technique, a case study in Mapesangka Village, South Sulawesi, Indonesia. As an introduction, Mapesangka Village is located in the Pondre District, Bone Regency, South Sulawesi Province. Most of the livelihoods of Mapesangka Village are cocoa farmers. Cocoa is an agricultural commodity that can support the national economy as a provider of employment and a source of income. In South Sulawesi, based on data, Bone cocoa production from 2018 to 2020 has decreased due to offense and no plant regeneration. In addition, there are pests and disease attacks and lack of human resource. Most cocoa farmers only get cocoa farming skills that are inherited from their predecessor and are still traditional. Improvement efforts need productivity and quality of cocoa products can be done through rehabilitation with side grafting techniques. The side grafting technique is a vegetative plant propagation technique by combining parts of one plant with another of the same type or family so that it grows into one plant, and to implement the technique has been proven to improve cocoa productivity and quality. The income and grafting cocoa farming in Mapesangka Village. This research was conducted in Mapesangka Village using the purposive sampling method. The survey was conducted on 25 members of the Padial farmer group. The research was conducted using survey and observation methods, using direct interview assisted by questionnaire. Secondary data is obtained from the agency related to the research. Analysis method with calculation of cost, income, and RC ratio using the following formula. First, calculation of total cost. Total cost is the variable cost and added calculation of income. Income is total revenue minus with the total cost. Fourth, the efficiency of cocoa farming is done by analysis of the RC ratio, which is the ratio between total revenue and total cost. Criteria of RC ratio are when RC more than 1 means efficient crafting cocoa farming. RC same with 1 means the cacao farming is in a break-even point condition, and RC less than 1 means side grafting cocoa farming is not efficient. Result and discussion. Table 1 show that responder farmers in this mass have better physical abilities and they are fast learning to accept technology. The responder farmers who cultivate cocoa are included in the productive age group who can manage their farming well and have an impact on increasing production and income. In addition, the education level, most of the education level of responder farmers who cultivate cocoa are completing senior high school. The higher the level of education of farmers, the easier of adoption process of innovation related to cultivation technique. The number of family on respondent who cultivate directly reduce the cost of labor and ultimately affect the level of income received. Then farmers' experience. Responder farmers in Mapesangka village are generally experienced. The farming experience causes farmers to be more careful in accepting and implementing a new type of technology that has the potential to cause failure. The area of agricultural land affects business scale, cocoa production, and farmers' income. Respondent farmers who cultivate cocoa in Mapesangka village have an average land area of 0.75 hectare. The production of set-grafted cocoa in Mapesang village is classified as medium production. Then farming cost analysis depends on the type of production facilities used and the cost for managing the farm, which consists of variable costs and fixed costs. Variable costs are costs spent by farmers during production activities and they directly affect the amount of production such as fertilizer, pesticide, and labor. Fixed costs do not have a direct effect on production such as land rent, taxes, and production equipment costs. Table 2 shows who did not use this technique, while Fahrudin stated that the side grafting cocoa farmer total costs were lower than top grafting farmers. This difference in value is due to the difference of processing, planting, fertilizing, maintaining, and harvesting. The total cost. Fahrudin, they state that the income of side grafting cocoa farmer was higher than those who did not use this technique and higher than top graft than that of top grafted cocoa farmer. Based on the analysis of the efficiency level RC ratio of 1 rupiah will provide an income of 2.95 rupiah. The RC ratio value, the study concluded that the income obtained by the respondent farmers in side-grafting cocoa farming was 20,018,000 rupiah per hectare, while the RC ratio in side-grafting cocoa farming in Mapesangka village, Ponre district is 2.95. So it can be said that farming in Mapesangka village is efficient and profitable. So the government needs to facilitate farmers through side-grafting, cocoa farming rehabilitation, and more optimal development of cocoa farmers. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move to the next presenter.
The title of paper is Coping Strategy of Foreign Farmers Household in Anticipating Long Harvest Period, Empirical Study in Wonogiri Regency, Indonesia. The author are Heru Irianto, Elina Widaretnanti, and Mujio. We are from Faculty of Agriculture and the Center for Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise and Cooperative Studies, University 11 Maret, Indonesia. Introduction. The Indonesia government is developing commodities that have prospect as alternative food ingredient to the increasing demand for food. This is citrus crop, with temperatures between 25 until 35 degrees Celsius, with rainfall between regencies that cultivate orang plant. The development of orang cultivation in Wonogiri that has been maximized is caused by not many farmers who know orang, as well as period for 4 until 5 months. This factor makes farmers who cultivate orang will get longer income as orang is harvested in the third year. It is used to identify farmers' coping strategy comprehensively. The research location we taken in 6 sub-districts in Wonogiri Regency, including Jatisrono, Jatipuro, Jatiroto, Sokoimo, Karangtengah, and Kirimato. Respondents were taken using the snowball sampling technique, with a total of 180 orang farmers we could be identified. The data we analyzed described analytically the measurement using an index coping strategy, Maxwell et al. 2003. As the study as modified coping index was used according to Retanti et al. 2021 to analyze the data 2022 with the following criteria. In the coping strategy index is 1, the coping choice is 1 until 4, the category is low. B, if the coping strategy index is 2, the coping choice is 5 until 8, the category is medium. C, if the coping strategy index is 3, the coping choice is over 8, the category is high. Result and discussion. Orang farming requires operational costs, especially the cost of procuring seed and labor. The cost per hectare can be more than IDR 100 million in the first year, depending on the seed use and their care. This fee will be reduced in the following year. On the other hand, optimal use can only be obtained in the third year. From table 1, we will know 11 types of coping strategies implemented by orang farmers in Wonogiri. Coping strategy number 1. Turn the orang planting system into one land. Total farmers are 3. Number 2. The rotation of orang. Number 5 of 16. Number 6. This or simplicity until you get a profitable selling price. Total farmers 108. Number 8. Trying to grow seasonal crop that produce fast. Total farmers 50 good. Number 11. Entrepreneur. Total farmers 60. Although there are 11 types of coping strategy, in practice, farmers rarely use only one strategy. Most of them use mixed strategies are listed in Chapter 2. coping strategy combination. Number 1, farmers use no combination or one choice of coping strategies. Percentage for farmers 14.44%. Number 2, farmers use combination of two coping strategies. Percentage for farmers are 310.89%. Farmers use combination of three coping strategies. Present farmers are 310.89%. Number 4, farmers use combination of four coping strategies. Percentage of farmers 11.11%. Number 5, farmers use combination of over four coping strategies. Percent of farmers are 1.167%. Table 2 shows that most the coping strategies indexing applied, namely 98.33%, are in low category, and only few are medium, which is only 1.167%. Conclusion. The conclusion drawn from this research are: number 1, different coping strategy applied by farmers consists of 11 types. Number 2, the application of coping strategies in farming is done by combining one type of strategy up to more than 4 types of combination, with the most being applied to two combination of coping strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Aulia Absari Juwita, and now let me present our article. It's about cost-benefit analysis of the establishment of an environment-based regional-owned enterprise or POMD tourism sector in Magetan Regency. Okay. First, about introduction. As part of a global agreement, so Indonesia and other countries have agreed on sustainable development goals, and the agreement includes 17 objectives for global action over the next 15 years. And then as a result, the government current programs are centered on long-term development objective, and establishing sustainable tourism is one of the government priorities in achieving sustainable development. And then as a result of regional autonomy, tourism in its region becomes this responsibility of the local government. And regional autonomy necessitates local government to manage their resources independently. So the existence of a regional enterprise, also known as BUMD, is one way to manage the region resources. And Magetan Regency is part of East Java province, which has made rapid progress in managing its territory. We have geographical location is very beneficial, and to tourist destination include Sarangan Lake, Geni Langit, Park Titosari waterfall is have a good condition to manage better to manage. And Magetan Regency has a large number of the natural tourist destination. Still, visitors admit that the condition of the natural tourist scenery is not as beautiful as it used to be due to change in air temperature and religious beauty. There are numerous structures in the vicinity of tourist attraction. Furthermore, traders claims that the increased number of tourist destinations leads to price competition. And the tourism management process is deemed inefficient. So the marketing agency also aware that its management is still lacking. So and then, despite the fact that this tourist destination is very beneficial to region and regional income, and then marketing agency tourism will be better managed, and the development both pattern and non-pattern will not harm to ecosystem. So this research aims to assess the feasibility and benefit of establishing an environment base for tourism sector. This is and to from this research, we know about direct and our indirect benefit to local people and the government, because this new program, and then we use feasibility study to establish environment-based BUMD, and then we analysis about direct and indirect benefit with descriptive, quantitative, with feasibility study like NPV, and then ERNP, profitability index, and benefit cost ratio. And the results, feasibility study calculation for establishing an environment-based BUMD show an NPV value, it's up to 0. So because it's clear eligible to continue, and then ERR, and then PI PC ratio, it's the result is to up to indicators, and then it's about financially and economic value feasible. And then so this activity has a direct benefit in terms of labor and local revenue receipt. And then labor is the most important aspect, and then in terms of social and economic development, in 2019, because from impact from pandemic, unemployment, they have high unemployment, and then if productivity action can be channeled, crime can be reduced because unemployment the community decrease. So the stabilities in tourism sector can help the community and entrepreneur improve transaction. And then the indirect benefit of establishing this BUMD is the emergence of multiplier effect, both technical and non-technical. The presence of visitors will generate surface transaction, increasing the intensity of this transaction. When transaction intensities increase, it tends to increase transaction of other service such as lodging. And then the human resource of Megaton will gradually development for forward-thinking pattern as well, because they will be able to provide more modern service while returning. And then the agency also has many export handicrafts as a co-hide. And with the established BUMD to tourism sector, the regulation imposed on visitor and business owners in tourist area are strictly enforced, and so that natural and environment condition can be sustained over time. And then natural disasters such as landslide can be avoided by preserving natural condition. And this is important to consider because floods or products in tourist area can disrupt the view and natural beauty. And then to conclusion, that's
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks for your coming to my presentation. And today I will present our research about the determinant of cocoa export growth to the main export destination countries. And my name is Sri Putri Ivo. I'm from Sulawesi Marit University. This article consists of introduction, method, result, and discussion, and also a conclusion. First is introduction, and what we'll talk about. First is what is cocoa. The second is how is cocoa contribution to the GDP of Indonesian economy. And then which countries are Indonesia export destination? What is cocoa? Cocoa is the main agricultural commodity for most countries in the world, but as exporting and importing country. Cocoa is the fourth-largest GDP contributor of Indonesia production after oil palm, rubber, and coffee. And the value of cocoa exports show that this commodity is one of Indonesia's mainstay export in the agriculture, forestry, fisheries sectors. And most of Indonesia cocoa production is exported to foreign countries, and the residual is marketed domestically. Indonesia cocoa exports are still dominated in the form of beans, 80%, and the market share of Indonesia cocoa beans is 15%, while the market share of produced cocoa products as pasta, butter, and powder is less than 6%. In 2020, the top of 5 importing countries for Indonesia cocoa are Malaysia, America, India, China, and Netherlands. And conditions of free trade make the international market controlled by countries that have competitiveness. So, to increase export of Indonesia cocoa beans, it is necessary to know the factor of increased export of Indonesia cocoa beans to the international market. And the gravity model approach is different from the other model that do not include the distance variable in the equation. And the second is method. We use gravity model, and we can see in the screen that Y is gross export value of Indonesia cocoa beans, and GDP G is GDP real importing, GDP is GDP real Indonesia, this economic distance, Pro is production, Pro T is productivity, ER is exchange rate, price, G is world cocoa bean price, and price E is domestic Indonesia cocoa price, and then vol is volume, population, area harvested area, and tax is export tax. And then we use two statistical tests with F-test, T-test, and test goodness of fit. And result and discussion about determinant factor of Indonesia cocoa beans to export destination country. We use using pool least square or POLLS, and the R square is 83.56%. And the result of F-test with probability equals 0 to 0, less than alpha equal 5%. And the result of T-test, the GDP of exporting country, exporting volume are significant at 90% and 99%, and economic distance are significant at 95%, and population of exporting countries significant at 90%, while the other variable not are significant. The other variable are not significant. And then we can see the table above that export destination GDP or GDP export destination is negative effect and significant. It is accordance with research which states the real GDP has a significant and positive effect on export value of cocoa beans, and increase the real GDP of country will make increase of size of its economy. And the economic distance, the result is significant and negative effect, because if the distance between exporting and importing country become large, export will be expensive. And then the export volume we can see significant and have positive effect. By knowing the export volume of cocoa beans, it will be to estimate the quantity of demand of cocoa bean for exporting country. And the last is population. Population was significant and negative effect. Increase the population in importing country will decrease the export value of Indonesia cocoa beans. When the population increase, there is an increase in the labor force. As the result, there is an increase in the total domestic product. Supply of export goods decrease. And the conclusion of my research, variable that affect the export value of cocoa beans show varying result, and the model estimation result can be seen in the table above. Factors that have significant effect on the export value of cocoa beans are GDP, exporting country, export volume, economic distance, and population of exporting country. This is my reference. And the last, if you want any question, please tell me. And thanks for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Sorry for the technical problem before, and we will move to the next presenter. I will invite Amabel Nola Dwi Asmara, Elmi Mahrifa, Nada Muhammad Yusuf, Mahendra, Konya Azahra, Putri Waryanti, Yus Andini Bakti Pertiwi, Ana Gustina Risa Rahmat Dwiati, Reski Lasek, Dewi Caksono, Dwi Aprianto, and Ika Nurjuita Naya Silviana. Hello, for the presenter, are you there? Reminder to all participants, do not hesitate to ask to presenter if you have any question. You can write the question or respond to Zoom chat box or using Zoom raise hand. Okay, we will move to the next paper, non-wood forest product potensi from community forest in Gempolan Village, Karanganyar, Regency, Central Java. Let's start.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity given to me. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Amabel Dwi Asmara from Department of Forest Management, Faculty of Agriculture, 11 Maret University. In this opportunity, I would like to present the non-wood forest product potensi from community forest in Gempolan Village, Karanganyar, Regency, Central Java. Non-wood forest product, or NWFPS, according to the regulation of the Minister of Forestry number P35/Manhood 2/2007 concerning non-wood forest product, are defined as biological forest product, both vegetable and animal, along with derivative and cultivated product, except wood derived from forest. Currently, there are 9 groups of NWFPS that are available in Indonesia, consisting of 557 species of plants and animals. According to Suhesti and Hadinoto 2015, the role of non-wood forest product is very diverse, so they are widely used by the community, especially communities around the forest. So it roles that support the sustainability of the ecosystem. Then from the economic aspect, NWFPS can be a source of income for the community and the government. In general, there are 3 steps of utilization of non-wood forest product, namely the utilization of consumptive, productive, and medicine. Relative density, frequency, relative frequency, and important value index was calculated and maximize NWFPS without ignoring nature sustainability. Songo, Semang, and Sidomulyo Hamlet with agroforestry planting patterns in the form of alternate row and random mixture. The primary data was collected by field observation by making plot in Z 40 × 25 meter square or 0.1 hectare and intensive interview. In the plot, the inventory of non-wood forest product was carried out. The number of plots was determined by 20% of the total community that own community forest. Thus, in total, there were 38 plots. In addition, the secondary data were obtained from literature studies. The data obtained from the plot were analyzed to compare NWFPS distribution and its potency for each hamlet in Kumpulan Village by using the following formula by Destaranti et al. 2017, Purnama et al. 2018, Syahuddin et al. 2020. The formula is shown in the image below. PS by the community in Kumpulan Village was analyzed by using descriptive method, education level, number of family member, land area, and the distance between the forest and the location of residence. The respondents selected were 38 people from Kumpulan Village, Kerjo District, Karanganyar Regency, consisting of 10 people from Sidomulia Hamlet, 10 people from Semang Hamlet, 10 people from Kumpulan Hamlet, 5 people from Kesongo Hamlet, and 3 people from Karangkadu Hamlet. Respondents were interviewed to find out information about non-wood forest product used by the Kumpulan Village community from their community forest. This table shows the local name, scientific name, habitus of each species that produce NWFPS in Kumpulan Village. The plant species that produce NWFPS consist of 36 species. However, 14 of them were not classified as NWFPS that mentioned in Ministry of Forestry Regulation, namely orange, pomelo orange, lemon, guava, 29 species, herb 14 species, and palm species. The discovery of various habitats in Kumpulan Village is due to Kumpulan Village being at an altitude of 480 meters above sea level. Sujono Research 2013 stated that species diversity in the year at an altitude between 300 until 400 meters above sea level and more than 400 meters above sea level has a moderate level of abundance and species evenness as a high level. This table also shows the density, relative density, frequency, relative frequency, and important value index of each species that produce NWFPS in Kumpulan Village. Ginger was dominant NWFP species with IFI 55.93%. The high IVA indicates that the species has more control over the area, especially in utilizing resources. Was durian with IVI 14.48%. And then, let's up the table, both in terms of utilizing nutrient and adapting to the climate such as light, temperature, rainfall, and wind. Economic value is the main factor in selecting plant in community forest. Discuss only a few plants with low economic value to be found in the Kumpulan Village community forest so that the IVA value of this plant is low. Based on the plant use, namely fruit, leaf, rhizome, flower, tuber, and stem. NWFPS was dominated by fruit tree species. There are 23 types of NWFPS that are used for their fruit. People of Kumpulan Village West consume most of this fruit for their own family consumption. However, several foods have high economic value, so deliberately planted by the community in large quantities for salt. Furthermore, known that the community use NW in the Kumpulan Village community forest. The highest IVA was shown by Singapore is officially or ginger with IVA 55.93%, indicating that it dominates the composition of non-food forest producing plant. In addition, Turiosi bentinus or durian and a galangal were in the next order, showing IVA of 14.48% and 13.90%, while the other species saw less than 13%. The use of consumptive and UWFPS in Kempuan Village is dominated by forest product types in the form of fruit. There are 4 categories of non-wood forest products that are used by the people of Kempuan Village, namely as food, animal feed, medicine, and spice or condiments. People of Kempuan Village best consume most of NWFPS for their own family consumption. However, several NWFPS have high economic value, so they were deliberately planned by the
Okay, we will move to the next paper, community paradigm towards the green economy movement to support sustainable development. Let's start for the third video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, my name is Meskita Aji, and climate change and global warming are increasingly complex. The existence of environment damage can cause serious negative impact on people lives, such as causing various kind of pollution, both soil, water, and air pollution, causing weather change and climate change. Many experts analyze the impact of environment damage and show that the relationship of environment damage is directly proportional to increasing global warming and climate change. The more widespread environment damage that occurs, the more global warming. Also, research in erratic climate change. Considering that the Indonesia state has relatively many natural resources, it caused development in the economic sector in Indonesia to focus more on the use of natural resources. Natural resources that are often used by Indonesia include petroleum. Sustainability aspect in environment protection will add the negative impact of environment damage caused. Based on data from the Central Statistics Agency, the Indonesia economy increased by 5.01% on an annual basis in the first quarter of 2022. The percentage increase in Indonesia economy was obtained from an increase in the value of GDP with a stable price basis. There are 5 points of green economy: the implementation, green economy, approaching in implementing, green economy coverage, and green economy instrument. The first is the implementation of development that does not pay attention to environment concerns and sustainability will cause natural damage. The forestry sector and the mining sector are considered to have a positive correlation to encourage an increase in GDP. However, the significant contribution made by forestry sector and the mining sector will cause environment damage and natural damage. In 2019, the Bangka Belitung Island were considered to have suffered severe damage caused by illegal mining activities and illegal land clearing. The Forestry Service of the Bangka Belitung Island province has collected data on environment damage, and its record that around 200,000 out of a total of 654,000 hectares are experiencing environment damage, which is quite alarming. The addition greenhouse gas emission that occur in the province of Bangka Belitung continue to increase from 2011. Based on data, greenhouse gas emission from year to year continue to increase. The increase in greenhouse gas emission is usually caused by land fires. Various factors that can cause forest fires include being burned intentionally to cultivate land for construction or due to 1987 report entitled Our Common Future defines sustainable development as development that meets the need of the present without compromising also a green economy. The approach in implementing of a green economy. Based on the approach present by Green Law, There are three initial steps in the formulation of application of green economy development in order to increase the strength of implementing a green economy. The three approach that are the focus of economy development are the approach through legal aspect, the planning as administration approach, and the institutional approach, which is the integration of various policies to achieve the successful implementation of green economy development. As described above, green work and synchronizing of various institutions. Next, green economy coverage. Focus on development a green economy transition in 11 sectors representing the first three: fisheries, transport, and water resource development. There are 11 sectors. The first, agriculture, the largest contribution to GDP in development countries, employ nearly 1.3 billion workers. Building consume more than 40 of the world's total primary energy consumption. Reinforce of existing building offers huge market potential and job opportunities in developed countries. City. More than half of the world's population now live in city. A well-designed city have great potential to combine resource efficiency with economic and social opportunities. Energy. Renewable energy supplies nearly 15% of world's primary energy demand, which needs to be doubled by 2050 in a green economy scenario. Fisheries. Today, 20 million jobs and 35 billion in fishermen household income. Forest, occur from other land use, including agriculture and livestock, part of the extraction of major resource. Tourism, focus on how investing in sustainability tourism solution can contribute to the sustainability development of country GDP and are likely to continue to rise due to the increasing trend of motorization. Scarcity is a global phenomenon that challenges depth in overcoming problems of sustainability development that is oriented towards industrial development, whereas the green economy policy is the creation of harmony between development and industrial activities with a balanced ecosystem. Basically, green economy is paradigm in economic development that is oriented towards the future or long term, based on ecological knowledge, so that there is a balance between dependent on resource in economic activities and ecosystem balance. So as to create and maintain a reciprocal relationship between economic development and sustainability ecosystem survival. Green economy is a policy that is based on the focus of pro-growth, pro-job, and pro-environment. There are several strategies that can be used in the process implementing chemical synthesis and the need for industrial prevention policies. There is a need for the participation of the economic community in terms of the use of friendly product. Environment and limit the use of product can have an impact of effective on environment pollution. Companies or private parties make something policies and include green economy policy in their corporate social responsibility program and disseminate the program to internal and external companies. That's my presentation. Thanks for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you to all participants who join with this room that can be present. So I will invite to the participant, if you have some question to the presenter, you can use Zoom feature raise hand, or you can write your question into the name _ university or institution _ question. So I will ask to the I will ask to the Wisnu Waskito. Hello? Hello, Wisnu?
Wisnu Waskito is not here, Mbak.
Okay, thank you, Pandi. So there is a question to this paper.
Okay.
What do you think about the green economy in Indonesia right now? Because I think Indonesia is in the brown economy, not in the green economy, not yet, Bapak.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Pak Kastafitian.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Well, actually, I don't understand the definition of the brown economy, but the green economy itself, it means that we have to preserve our environmental condition in Indonesia. We know that in Indonesia, most of the businesses that they can sustain until now is industrial. I mean that that's why in Indonesia there are a lot of factory and then a lot of businesses which might be not related to the green and environment. But in Indonesia, we have Ministry of Environment, and they have a duty to make sure that whatever your business is, you have to maintain our environmental condition, meaning that the firms, they can allocate part of their fund to the, for example, CSR, or they can allocate part of the fund to maintain the condition of the nature surrounding their businesses. Okay, I think it's my answer, Mbak Laila.
Thank you, Bapak Kastafitian, for the answer. I hope this answer can be enough for the question, from the question. Okay, so we will move to the next session. We will have 3 papers that will be present. The first paper, entitled "The Role of Budgeting in Reality of Green Economy and Economic Growth," and the second is "Training on Financial Management of Sinar Karungan Bumdes and Pineapple Fiber Processing of Appropriate Technology for ITBM Weaving in Karungan Pelupus Raken Village," and the last one is "Sensitive Social Factors and the Sustainability of Organic Dragon Fruit Agribusiness in Banyuwangi." So we will start for the first video for the role of budgeting in realizing a green economy and economic growth. Please, the operator, help to play the video. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the chance given to me. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sultina Hidayati. I'm from 11 Maret University. Now I would like to present about the role of budget in realizing green economy and economic growth. The first is introduction. Currently, various countries are faced with the problem of degradation of natural resources, energy research, the environment, and food research. Exploitation of non-renewable natural resources worsens environmental research due to behavior that is not environmentally friendly. This concept is a comprehensive approach to reflect the interdependence between the economic and the ecosystem, taking into account the negative impact of economic activities on the environment from a sustainable development point of view. The implementation of the green economic is not only about environmental issues, but also how to manage limited natural resources to increase economic activities in a sustainable manner. What we need now is a systematic approach in terms of policymaking, planning, investment, and action that can move Indonesia towards a green economic vision. Full commitment from the government in improving budgeting performance is the main prerequisite to encourage green and sustainable public budgeting. The Ministry of National Development Planning, or BAPENAS, estimated that the funding needs for the transition to a green and low carbon economy will reach 306 trillion rupiah. Of this amount, the government should ideally allocate 24% or 72.2 trillion rupiah. However, The allocation of the state revenue and expenditure budget or APBN for the transition to a green economy is only around 23.45 trillion rupiah to 34.52 trillion rupiah. And the next is research purpose. The purpose of this study is to determine the importance of the role of budgeting in realizing a green economy and economic growth in Indonesia. The next is research method. This study uses a type of library research. Library research is a series of activities related to the methods of collecting the library data, reading and taking notes, and processing research material. The data in this study were taken from the Central Statistics Agency, the Ministry of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia, and the Ministry of Finance. In addition, the information contained in this research article is taken from journalists in Science Direct. The next is result and discussion. The implementation and of a directed and comprehensive economy in Indonesia must be supported by government policies to ensure the success of its implementation. In economy, development has become a mainstream value orientation of social and global economic development in an effort to improve and protect the ecological environment. And from the graph, you can see that the state budget, carbon content, energy mix, and use of household bases are increasing from year to year. Indonesia economic growth to date has been built on the rapid expansion of natural resource-based industries, particularly mining, energy, agriculture, and forestry. The challenge ahead is to maintain a fast pace of economic growth by increasing resource efficiency in an inclusive and community-based manner. According to some studies, green growth can help ensure economic development by protecting the environment and creating jobs. An important step towards realizing green growth for Indonesia is to build consensus of a vision of what Indonesia wants to achieve by 2050, a vision linked to a comprehensive green growth strategy. In the last 3 years of its development, the budget for environmental function in the APBN has increased in nominal terms, but its composition towards central government spending has remained relatively stagnant. This of course causes the fiscal support to support the need for environmental conservation and mitigation of the impact of climate change is not yet fully adequate. From this table, we can see that the state budget is increasing every year, so there is great hope to budget more to develop a green economy and economic growth. The role of the state budget is very vital as a fiscal instrument in encouraging the green economy transformation process. Based of the second biennial update report in 2018, Indonesia is estimated to need funding for climate change control of 3.461 trillion until 2030. Local governments have a strategic role to improve the economic and social welfare of the community, ensure inclusive development, and maintain the quality of the environment, including climate change management. And the last is conclusion. Green economy is a big leap to live economic practices that emphasize short-term gains that have left various pressing problems to be addressed, including driving a low carbon economy. In line with the green economy concept, the government, especially the Ministry of Finance, is also required to develop fiscal policies that are oriented towards green budgeting. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. I hope this research can be useful. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you. So we will move to the next paper. We will play for the video recording the next paper.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce our team, Prof. Ramawati from Akuntansi Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta, Dr. Rumhandayani from Fine Art and Design Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta, Francisca Sestri Kuscahcanti from Management SDIE Insan Pembangunan Tangerang, Prof. Sunarto from Electronics Engineering Education Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Diana Airawati from Akuntansi Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, Siti Arifa from Akuntansi Universitas Tidar Magelang. Our paper entitled Training on Financial Management of Sinar Karungan BUMDes and Pineapple Fiber Processing of Appropriate Technology for ATBM Weaving in Karungan Village, Plupu, Sragen. Our abstract, one of the purpose of establishing village on enterprises BUMDes in Karungan Village, Plupu, Sragen Regency is to support the community's economy, including the Bahulak market business actor in Karungan Village, Plupu, Sragen Regency. Community service activities in the form of knowledge improvement for the community are achieved by training and socialization methods. Karungan Village on Plupu district has the potential for pineapple product and business. This potential open up opportunity for production, innovation, and increases the economic value of the product that can be used as an element of product novelty based on the potential of local natural resources. Those are carried out by developing the design and utilization of pineapple plants as a characteristic of product that will be marketed locally in the Bahulak market as well as national and even international market. Background: Karungan Village has potential to be developed. It's located at about 5 km to the north of Plupu or about 15 km from Sragen Regency. One of the objectives of establishing BUMDes in Karungan Village, Plupu, Sragen Regency is to support the economy of the community, including the Bahulak market business actors in Karungan Village, Plupu, Sragen Regency. Universitas 11 Maret cooperate with various parties to assist Sinar Karungan Mandiri BUMDes through training and assistance in processing pineapple fiber in using appropriate technology for the production of non-machine weaving equipment or ATBM. The activities are in the form of pineapple fiber design innovation to become fashion product and from the initial production activities to the end of the pineapple fiber woven products. The method, socialization and training. 1. Pineapple plant management and cultivation. 2. Appropriate technology for ATBM weaving. 3. LPIR program. 4. BUMDes financial management. And 5. Pineapple fiber design innovation. Community roles, socialization stage, preparing the place, the facilities, and the infrastructure for the socialization of activities. Implementation stage, playing a role as the participant of the program and at the same time assisting in the preparation and implementation of the program. Evaluation stage, helping to monitor the implementation of the science and technology application program. Research and discussion, the opportunity for product development from pineapple fiber is still widely open, especially when it is supported by product innovation and raw material management. Karungan Village in Plupu, Sragen Regency has the potential for pineapple fiber products. This potential creates opportunity for production innovation and increase the economic value of product that can be used as a superior product by using the potential base of local natural resources. The pictures show the process of extracting the fiber from pineapple plants. Okay, thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, greeting respectfully to everyone. I will deliver a presentation of the result of my research with our theme with the title Sensitive Social Factors and the Sustainability of Organic Dragon Fruit Agribusiness in Banyuwangi. This research was carried out by myself, Muksin, Pongki Asmara, and Mr. Sulistiono. I will pass this presentation with the following outline. First, introduction. After that, I will explain about the method. After that, result and discussion. And the last one is a conclusion. The background study is benefit and strategic value of organic farming. Then Banyuwangi government commitment to facilitate farmer, especially for farmer that product organic farming. Banyuwangi government was create the creation of an area for organic, especially for organic product. The other side, the high market demand for organic fruit with guaranteed quality. But we know the dynamic of the social environment between organic and non-organic stakeholder farmers. The social dynamic of the actor contribute to the sustainability of organic dragon fruit agribusiness. So with this condition, we will to try implement analyzing the social dimension that are the driving factor in the sustainability of organic dragon fruit. To carry out the data collection process, this research is design qualitative method with several stages. First, we have conduct literature review. After that, the research subject are farmer group and expert. An FGD or focus group discussion was held to determine the elements that were considered important in the social dimension and the measuring of their categories. Furthermore, through the judgment of expert, measurements were carried out using multidimensional scaling or MDS. Based on the analysis of data, the following results were obtained. The level of sustainability of the social dimension of organic agribusiness is at a fairly continuous level. This condition means that organic dragon fruit agribusiness in Banyuwangi has the potential to be developed. However, if it is not handled properly, it will result in a decrease in the performance of organic dragon fruit agribusiness in Banyuwangi. Furthermore, if we look closely, the most sensitive attribute in influencing the level of sustainability of dragon fruit in the social dimension are first, conflict incident, and second, cropland management pattern. The occurrence of conflict in the form of misperception among organic and non-organic dragon fruit farmer has influenced because the dynamic of the actor have an impact on the organic agribusiness trade system, especially in Banyuwangi, and unfair competition between actors. This attribute, if handled properly, will provide a benefit to the other aspects such as education, community empowerment, extension activities, as well as health services or health level to farmers, which as a whole aspect the level of sustainable of the social dimension of organic dragon fruit in Banyuwangi. So all of the fact finding and the discussion with that have the conclusion can take from this research. First, the sustainability status of organic dragon fruit is categorized as quite sustainable. Conflict incident and land management pattern have the most influence. The need for government policies to harmonize and reduce the incident of conflict among stakeholders. I think it's all of my presentation. Thanks for your attention. I hope it will be useful Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to all participants who present in this room, in the room 3, Sustainable Development Goal in Agriculture, Environment, and Green Economics. So please, if there are some questions from the participants, you can to ask directly to the presenter. Okay. Let's start to the last room or the last session in this room. We have 3 paper also. The first paper entitled Application of Green Budgeting in Finance and Development Policy. The author are Latifah Azahra, Putra Pamungkas, and Ibu Wahyu Triarningsih. The second paper is the environmental impacts of aircraft industry activities on socio-economic community condition. The author are Agus Arifin and Rahmat Priyono, and the last one, entitled The Analysis of Indonesia Crude Coconut Oils Competition in International Market, by Rizky Puspita Dewanti and Diah Ayu Suryaningrum. So without further ado, let's start from the first paper.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, my name is Latifah Azahra. So here I will present my article about application of green budgeting in finance and development policy. Climate change and increasingly extreme weather have many negative impact on human life. Based on data from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, in the last decade from 2011 until 2020, the global surface temperature of the Earth was 1.09 degrees Celsius warmer than the period 1850 until 1900. On the other hand, development activities such as infrastructure development require large resources and have many negative impact on the environment. Since the publication of Pigos Economic of Welfare in 1928 until 1932, policymakers, researchers, and environmental rights advocates have found that economy can be means of internalizing environmental externalities. In the economic field, there is a program called the Green Growth Program. The Green Growth Program is a program that supports Indonesia in realizing economic growth that can reduce poverty and always ensure social inclusion, environmental sustainability, and resource efficiency. In green growth, there is the concept of green infrastructure. In realizing green infrastructure, the Ministry of Finance, as the fiscal manager, has a very important role. First, the government has provided fiscal incentives to businesses in the green infrastructure sector. Second, in addition to providing fiscal incentive, the government plans to impose a carbon tax on GHG emitters. Third, in terms of government spending, the Ministry of Finance has implemented climate change prevention and adaptation budget tagging, or we can call climate budget tagging. In implementing climate budget tagging, the Ministry of Finance can play a more active role in supporting the development of green infrastructure. Last, it is necessary for the Ministry of Finance to have and implement an environmental and social framework. In the implementation of green infrastructure, there is the concept of green budgeting, which is also referred to as environmentally sensitive budgeting. Green budgeting consists of a series of action and fiscal policy rules to prevent environmental problems and repair existing damage. Green budgeting is also explained in Law Number 32 of 2009 concerning environmental protection and management. The policy instrument for green budgeting are as follows. Number 1, voluntary mechanism. 2, government regulation. 3, public spending. And last, number 4, government taxes. In its implementation, green budgeting is included in the GBP strategy prepared by the government. GBP is Green Planning and Budgeting. The methodology used in this article is content analysis in the Central Java Provincial Budget document. The study uses a quantitative approach, and the main purpose of this research is to see how the proportion of the budget set on finance and development. The study focuses on the relationship of green budgeting with financial and development policies. In implementing green budgeting in Central Java, the allocation of funds in the environmental budget has increased and decreased every year. Based on the table above, Central Java government only allocates 0.78% of the APBD per year on average in the 2019 until 2022 period. In its implement, there's some problem. The first problem is the limited budget. This limited budget should be divided into several priority programs. The priority program include education, health, and infrastructure improvement. The tendency of environmental problems to become increasingly complex facing the implementation of regional autonomy, where the regions want to increase their PAD by utilizing natural resources, but pay less attention to environmental aspects. Regional original revenue or PAD is still too low to support programs and activities related to the environment where there is a limited budget in carrying out environmental management program. So it must be overcome by looking for other funding sources. Other sources of funds can come from various sources such as APBN and public assistance or assistance from other parties, including foreign assistance in accordance with applicable laws and regulations. Another problem in implementing green budgeting is the lack of commitment from local leaders. The responsibility of local government in environmental management is recorded in Law Number 32 of 2009 concerning environmental protection and management. Referring to that law, the decline in the quality of the environment has threatened the survival of humans and the habitats of other living creatures. The government effort to create a just and prosperous life for the community without causing environmental damage must be followed up by the developing a sustainable development program, which is often referred to as environmental approach. This development is an effort to gradually improve human quality by taking into account environmental factors based on the idea of needs, especially basic human needs for survival. It is also necessary to pay attention to the idea of limitation, namely the limit of the environment's ability to meet the needs of life today or in the future. The implementation of laws and regulations related to the environment is also considered weak. Rules that are considered less strict regarding the minimum budget in environmental management also have a role in the minimal budget allocation for environmental management. The last problem is lack of coordination. The lack of coordination between environmental management stakeholders. Lack of coordination between SKPD or regional work unit in environmental management is one of the things that happen. So the conclusion is one, green budgeting is a budget that is more concerned with the environment and aims to prevent environmental damage. Number two, lack of commitment from the government causing the budget for environmental management is not a top priority. Number three, discusses the limited APBD allocated to carry out environmental management and less environmental funding, which delegated to the regional government is stated in Law Number 32 of 2009 concerning regional government. So that is my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you. So we will move to the last presenter in this room, entitled The Environmental Impact of Aircraft Industry Activities on Socio-Economic Community Condition. Reminder to all participants, if you have any question, please write your question into Zoom chat box, or you are also allowed to use raise hand feature tool for the live interaction. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to present our paper that the title is The Environmental Impacts of Aircraft Industry Activities on Socio-Economic Community Conditions. Agus Arifin and Rahmat Priyono from Faculty of Economics and Business Unsud. Introduction. Purbalingga Regency is one of the regencies in Central Java, has the feature products, namely aircraft. Aircraft industry is divided into two scales, large and micro, small and medium enterprises. The biggest investment in the aircraft industry comes from Korea, so it is likely to absorb tens of thousands of workers. Therefore, it has positive and also negative impacts. In addition, the socio-economic impact is also related to the decline in the motivation of many children to go to school. And overall, there has been a change in the family mindset about the economic and social, as well as cultural meanings. in this aircraft industry activity. So the research purpose is to assess impacts of production activities which have been carried out by a aircraft industry in Purbalingga Regency. The sample or the methods. The first sample, primary data, is collected from the questionnaire and interview. The secondary one comes from statistic office, trade office, investment office, and etc. Sampling methods, we use purposive random sampling with minimum sample size of 10% of total population. Analysis methods, positive externalities, we use dollar-based ecosystem valuation methods based on the market prices and survey. And negative externalities, we use demic cost avoided, replacement cost, and substitute cost methods to estimate the economic value. And the result and discussion, analysis 1, about the positive externalities, we use market price for the analysis of positive externalities. So we can see the market price measured such as profit, revenues, income, wage, and etc. In table 1, we can use 3 points. The first, plasma profit is about the 8 million rupiahs per month. The collector profit is about 1.6 million per month, and the home worker wage is about 2 million rupiah per month. So the findings here that plasma profit is promising attractive for the community to establish plasma. The profit of collectors and the wages of home workers can increase income for the family. Negative externalities, second analysis, there are many impacts. The first, the impact of dyeing and washing synthetic hair raw material, and it is about the air pollution, the decreasing in air quality. The second, impact of genset engine noise. It is about the noise pollution, and it is reducing the comfort of the factory environmental and the community around the factory. And the third, impact of liquid wash. It is about the water pollution, decrease in surface water quality. The fourth, impact of ecosystem. Here, disruption of terrestrial and aquatic flora and fauna ecosystem, as well as decreasing groundwater quality as a result of spilled or inundated liquid wash. And the fifth, impact on socio-economic aspects, including culture and education. From the social aspect, we can see that there is new class of society. This is class or group of workers or laborers who are considered to be the lower class in the society system, low wages, physical works, and low bargaining position. Nah, even though the SPSI, Serikat Buruh, has been formed, the Korean investor still has the dominant power in regulating. So the laborer or the worker is still in the low bargaining position. The other impact of socio-economic is the tendency to increase divorce rates, degradation of social interaction in family relationship, decrease in enthusiasm and motivation of adolescents or the children to continue the higher education. So the conclusion is the positive externalities carried out by plasma and hair factory activities are still minimum, limited to the economic benefits provided to the community, such as profits and also wage for the workers. Positive externalities have not yet reached larger actions such as scholarship, rehabilitation, provision of public facilities, and etc. Negative externalities are felt in various aspects like environment, ecosystem, socio-economic, including culture and education aspect. The negative externalities felt by the community more than the positive externalities. So there is CSR implementation, that the regional regulation, peraturan bupati atau peraturan kabupaten nomor 28 2012 on about CSR, followed by the regulation or peraturan bupati in 2016. Okay, it's all. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you to all participants who present the paper in this room. There is one question for the Agus Arifin and Rahmat Riono and with the paper entitled The Environmental Impact of Aircraft Industry Activities on Socio-Economic Community Condition. So what do you think about the sustainable of the aircraft industry activities? The sustainable in aircraft industry, is it will be a good industry in the future, or we need to decrease the aircraft industry activities? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will try to answer. For the economic aspect, it's good for the absorb of worker in Purbalingga. Many workers work there, reducing unemployment. But in the socio-economic aspect, it's a need to analyze again, especially to the government for make a policy maybe for children, especially for children, the standard age to go to school, and encourage them to continue their school, and also in the family. For the family, it's important to make the family well, for the avoid the divorce and etc. I think that's many solution, but overall it's continue to the economic condition in Purbalingga. It's good for investment and economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bapak Agus, for the answer. Okay, that's all from the presenter in this room 3, Sustainable Development Goal in Agriculture, Environment, and Green Economics. My name is Laila Rizky Fauzia. I will signing out from this room, but before we leave this room, do not forget to join the General Assembly tomorrow through Zoom meeting. For more information, we will give you an information through your email. So do not forget to check your email from us. If there is any update, we will send you the update. Please turn on your camera. We will take a photo together, photo session, before we end this room. I will count into 3. 1, 2, and 3. Once more. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, thank you to all participants. Do not forget to join for the tomorrow session. My name is Laila Fauzia. Sorry if there is any mistake in this room by words or my attitude. See you and have a good day, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.